Welcome back to Starlight Dreams, where we explore the darkest corners of the unknown. Tonight, we're diving into the most terrifying alien abduction stories ever reported. These aren't just tales of bright lights and missing time. These are accounts of pure horror that will make you question everything you thought you knew about what's out there. From a family's nightmare encounter in rural Montana to a trucker's terrifying experience on a lonely highway, we'll explore 5 chilling cases that defy explanation. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for stories that blur the line between reality and our worst nightmares. Let's begin our journey into the terrifying world of alien abduction horror. Sarah Martinez had always been a light sleeper, but the sounds coming from her cornfield at 3 in the morning weren't the usual rustling of wind through stalks. From her farmhouse window, she could see strange, pulsing lights dancing between the rows of corn, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. She pulled on her robe and crept downstairs, her bare feet silent on the cold hardwood floors. The October air bit at her skin as she stepped onto the porch, but what she saw made her blood freeze entirely. Tall, impossibly thin figures were moving through her field with mechanical precision, their elongated limbs bending at unnatural angles as they harvested her corn with tools that hummed with otherworldly energy. Sarah's rational mind tried to convince her she was dreaming, but the sharp scent of ozone and burning metal filled her nostrils, too vivid and acrid to be imagined. The beings moved in perfect synchronization, their pale, translucent skin glowing faintly in the darkness. Their heads were disproportionately large, dominated by enormous black eyes that reflected the strange lights emanating from their harvesting devices. She tried to step back into the house, but her feet wouldn't obey. A low, thrumming sound filled the air, growing louder until it seemed to vibrate through her bones. The nearest creature turned its massive head toward her, and Sarah felt a presence pressing against her mind, cold and alien, probing her thoughts with clinical detachment. The mental intrusion felt like icy fingers rifling through her memories, examining her childhood fears, her deepest secrets, her love for this land that had been in her family for generations. She tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. The creature's mouth opened slightly, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and it made a sound like static electricity mixed with whale song. Without warning, Sarah found herself walking toward the cornfield, her legs moving against her will. Each step felt like walking through thick honey, her muscles fighting against some invisible force that compelled her forward. The corn stalks parted before her like a curtain, and she could see more of the beings deeper in the field, their harvesting complete, now focused entirely on her approach. The lead creature extended one impossibly long arm toward her, its 3-fingered hand ending in what looked like surgical instruments rather than fingernails. When it touched her forehead, Sarah's world exploded into brilliant white light, and she felt herself being lifted from the ground, her body becoming weightless as consciousness began to slip away. She awoke strapped to a table in what appeared to be a medical facility, but the walls curved in ways that hurt her eyes to follow, and the ceiling seemed to stretch infinitely upward into darkness. The air tasted metallic and wrong, filled with sounds she couldn't identify, clicks, whirs, and that same whale-song communication between her captors. Multiple beings surrounded her table, their large eyes reflecting her terrified face like black mirrors. They moved with purpose, examining her with instruments that glowed and hummed, taking samples of her hair, her skin, her blood. She could feel them probing her mind again, this time deeper, extracting memories and experiences like a farmer harvesting crops. One of them held up a device that looked like a cross between a syringe and a tuning fork. When it touched her arm, Sarah felt a burning sensation that seemed to reach into her very DNA. Images flashed through her mind, other humans on similar tables, children crying in sterile chambers, hybrid creatures that were neither fully human nor fully alien growing in translucent pods. The realization hit her like a physical blow. This wasn't random. They had been watching her family's farm for generations, taking people, studying them, using them for some incomprehensible purpose. Her grandmother's mysterious disappearance 40 years ago, her uncle's strange behavior after his hunting accident, the unexplained livestock deaths. It all made horrible sense now. Through the mental connection, she sensed their intentions. Earth was changing, becoming less suitable for their needs, and they required human genetic material to adapt. Her family's isolated farm, with its generations of healthy, hardy people, had been marked as a prime harvesting location. She wasn't just a victim, she was livestock. The lead being approached with what looked like a helmet made of living metal, its surface rippling like liquid mercury. As it lowered the device toward her head, Sarah felt her consciousness being pulled in multiple directions, her sense of self fragmenting as they began to extract not just her memories, but her very essence. In her final moments of awareness, she understood that she would be returned to her farm, but she wouldn't truly be Sarah anymore. Part of her would remain with them, and part of them would inhabit her body. She would continue her life, tend her crops, but always with the knowledge that she was being watched, studied, prepared for the next harvest. The last thing she remembered was the sound of her own voice, but speaking words in a language that predated human civilization, as her transformed consciousness began to accept its new hybrid nature. When she awoke in her own bed the next morning, the sun streaming through her bedroom window, Sarah Martinez looked exactly the same, but behind her eyes lurked an intelligence that was no longer entirely human. She rose and walked to her kitchen window, gazing out at her cornfield, where the stalks stood perfectly straight and undisturbed. But she could see the subtle signs now, the geometric patterns in the soil, the plants that grew just a little too straight, the way the morning light seemed to bend differently over certain sections of her land. And deep in her mind, she could hear them calling, patient and eternal, waiting for the next harvest season to begin. Sarah Martinez had been a crop circle researcher for 15 years, but she'd never seen anything like the formation that appeared overnight in the wheat fields outside Bakersfield. The pattern was impossibly intricate, a series of interconnected spirals that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly geometry when viewed from above. She arrived at the Henderson farm just after dawn, her equipment bag heavy with electromagnetic field detectors, soil samplers, and cameras. The morning mist still clung to the golden wheat, creating an ethereal atmosphere that made the massive formation look even more mysterious. It appeared sometime between midnight and 4 a.m., Tom Henderson explained, his weathered face creased with worry. My dogs went crazy around 2, howling and carrying on something fierce. When I came out to check the fields this morning, there it was. Sarah nodded, already pulling out her equipment. The formation was roughly 300 feet across, with perfectly flattened wheat arranged in complex mathematical patterns. What struck her immediately was the precision. Not a single stalk was broken, only bent at precise angles, as if heated and molded by some unknown force. As she worked her way through the formation, taking measurements and soil samples, Sarah noticed something that made her skin crawl. The electromagnetic readings were off the charts, far higher than anything she'd recorded at other crop circle sites. Her compass spun wildly, unable to find magnetic north. But it was the silence that truly unnerved her. The usual sounds of the countryside, birds chirping, insects buzzing, the distant hum of traffic, had all ceased within the boundaries of the formation. It was as if the circle existed in a pocket of absolute quiet. By afternoon, Sarah had documented every aspect of the formation she could think of. As she packed her equipment, she noticed Tom Henderson approaching with a troubled expression. "You might want to see this," he said, leading her to the farmhouse. Inside, Tom's wife Margaret sat at the kitchen table, staring blankly at a piece of paper covered in the same spiral patterns that marked the wheat field. "She's been drawing these since this morning," Tom whispered. "Says she can't stop. Says the patterns are stuck in her head." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine as she examined Margaret's drawings. They were identical to the crop formation, drawn with obsessive precision despite Margaret having never seen the field from above. "When did this start?" Sarah asked. "Right after I woke up," Margaret replied in a monotone voice, never looking up from her drawing. "I dreamed about lights in the sky, and when I woke up, these patterns were all I could think about. I have to draw them. I have to complete the sequence." That evening, Sarah decided to camp near the formation. hopping to capture any unusual activity on her night vision cameras. She set up her tent at the edge of the wheat field, close enough to monitor the circle, but far enough away to feel relatively safe. As darkness fell, the electromagnetic readings began to spike even higher. Sarah's equipment registered energy signatures unlike anything in her database. Around 11 p.m., she noticed a faint humming sound, so low it was more felt than heard, vibrating through the ground and into her bones. Then the lights began. At first, they were just pinpricks of blue-white light hovering above the crop formation. Sarah grabbed her camera, her hands trembling with excitement and fear. The lights moved in perfect synchronization, tracing the same spiral patterns that marked the wheat below. As she watched through her camera's viewfinder, the lights began to descend, growing brighter and more defined. They weren't random points of illumination. They were windows, Sarah realized with growing horror. Windows in something vast and invisible hovering above the field. The humming grew louder, and Sarah felt a strange tingling sensation across her skin. Her vision began to blur, and the spiral patterns from the crop circle started appearing in her peripheral vision, even when she closed her eyes. The same patterns Margaret had been compulsively drawing. Fighting against the overwhelming urge to walk into the formation, Sarah forced herself to focus on her equipment. The electromagnetic readings were now so high they were off her instrument scales. Her radio crackled with static that almost sounded like voices, whispered words in a language she didn't recognize. But somehow, Sarah felt her feet moving toward the crop circle against her will, drawn by an irresistible compulsion. The spiral patterns in her vision grew stronger, more hypnotic. Just as she reached the edge of the formation, her phone rang, the jarring sound breaking the spell that had been cast over her. She stumbled backward, gasping as if she'd been holding her breath. The lights above the field flickered and began to fade. Sarah grabbed her equipment and ran to her car, not stopping until she was miles away from the Henderson farm. When she finally pulled over to catch her breath, she discovered that her cameras had captured nothing, just hours of empty footage showing the wheat field under starlight. But her notebook was filled with pages of spiral patterns, drawn in her own handwriting. Patterns she had no memory of creating. And in the margin of the last page, written in the same obsessive script, were coordinates, longitude and latitude numbers that led to a remote location in the Nevada desert. Sarah never returned to the Henderson farm, but she learned later that Margaret had disappeared 3 days after the crop circle appeared. Her car was found abandoned on a desert highway, with the same spiral patterns carved into the dashboard and drawn on every surface inside the vehicle. The crop formation itself vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, not gradually over weeks, as was typical, but overnight. Tom Henderson woke one morning to find his wheat field completely normal, as if the intricate pattern had never existed at all. But Sarah still dreams about those patterns. Every night, she sees the spirals spinning behind her eyelids, calling to her, showing her glimpses of vast spaces between the stars where other abductees wait in perfect formations, their minds linked in an endless geometric dance. She's thrown away dozens of notebooks filled with her unconscious drawings of the patterns. She's moved 3 times, trying to escape the compulsion. But the coordinates in the Nevada desert call to her with increasing urgency, and Sarah knows it's only a matter of time before she finds herself driving toward them, drawn by forces beyond her understanding. The pattern in the wheat was never just a crop circle. It was a beacon, a calling card, a recruitment tool. And Sarah Martinez, despite all her scientific training and rational skepticism, is slowly becoming part of something vast and terrifying that exists in the spaces between our world and theirs. Sometimes, late at night, when the humming returns, Sarah wonders if Margaret Henderson found what she was looking for in the desert, and whether the peace of joining the pattern might be worth surrendering everything that makes her human. Our third tale takes us to the windswept plains of Nebraska, where the horizon stretches endlessly and the nearest neighbor is miles away. Meet Jake Morrison, a 24-year-old farmhand who thought the most dangerous thing about working the night shift was falling asleep on his feet. He was about to discover that some visitors don't knock on the front door. Jake had been working the Hendricks farm for 3 years, ever since dropping out of college. The pay wasn't much, but it covered his trailer rent and kept food on the table. Most nights, he'd patrol the property, checking on the livestock and making sure the irrigation systems were running smoothly. It was honest work, quiet work, the kind that let a man think. On this particular October evening, Jake noticed something odd about the cattle. The herd of 43 Holstein cows had clustered together in the far corner of the pasture, pressed against the fence line like they were trying to escape something. Their usual evening grazing had stopped entirely. Instead, they stood motionless, heads raised, ears twitching nervously at sounds Jake couldn't hear. Jake grabbed his flashlight and headed across the field. The beam cut through the growing darkness, illuminating patches of frost-covered grass. October in Nebraska could be brutal, and tonight the temperature was dropping fast. His breath formed small clouds as he walked, boots crunching on the frozen ground. As he approached the herd, Jake noticed something that made his stomach clench. The cows weren't just nervous, they were terrified. Their eyes were wide, showing white all around, and several were making low, distressed sounds he'd never heard before. These were animals that had lived on this farm their entire lives, familiar with every sight and sound. What could possibly frighten them this badly? Jake swept his flashlight across the field, looking for whatever had spooked the cattle. maybe, or a stray dog. But the beam revealed nothing except empty pasture stretching toward the tree line. The silence was unsettling. No crickets, no owls, none of the usual nighttime sounds that typically filled the air. That's when he noticed the light. At first, Jake thought it might be a helicopter. The light was bright and steady, hovering about 50 feet above the ground near the edge of the property. But there was no sound of rotors, no engine noise at all. The light simply hung there, perfectly still, casting an eerie blue-white glow across the field. Jake's first instinct was to call Mr. Hendricks, but his cell phone showed no signal. That was strange. He usually had at least 2 bars out here. He tried moving to different spots, holding the phone up high, but the screen remained stubbornly blank. No service available. The light began to move. It drifted slowly across the field, maintaining its height, sweeping back and forth in a methodical pattern. Jake realized with growing unease that it seemed to be searching for something. The beam would pause occasionally, focusing on specific areas before moving on. When it passed over the cattle, the animals pressed even closer together, some of them actually moaning in fear. Jake's training kicked in. He'd been in the army for 2 years before the farm job, and he knew how to stay calm under pressure. But this was unlike anything he'd encountered during his deployment. This defied explanation, defied the natural order of things he starlight dreams, Whitey. Moving carefully through the field, Jake kept low, using the scattered hay bales as cover. The light continued its systematic search pattern, and he began to make out more details. The source wasn't a single light, but multiple lights arranged in a perfect circle. They pulsed gently, not quite in unison, creating a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to match his heartbeat. As Jake crept closer, he could see that the lights were attached to something solid, a dark, metallic structure that absorbed the surrounding darkness. The craft, for lack of a better word, was roughly disc-shaped, perhaps 30 feet in diameter. Its surface seemed to ripple and shift, as if it were made of liquid metal that had been frozen in place. Jake's hands were shaking as he fumbled for his phone, hopping to capture some evidence of what he was seeing. But when he looked at the screen, it was completely black. Not just no signal, the device appeared to be completely dead, as if the battery had been drained instantly. The searching lights suddenly stopped moving. Jake froze behind the hay bale, hardly daring to breathe. The lights had converged on his position, bathing him in that cold, blue-white glow. He felt exposed, vulnerable, like a mouse caught in the open by a circling hawk. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his legs felt like lead. That's when he heard the voice. It wasn't coming from the craft or from any external source. The voice was inside his head, speaking directly to his consciousness in a way that bypassed his ears entirely. The words weren't in English, weren't in any language he recognized. somehow he understood their meaning perfectly. "Do not be afraid," the voice said, though the tone carried no warmth or comfort. "You have been selected for observation. Compliance will minimize discomfort." Jake's military training finally overcame his paralysis. He rolled away from the hay bale and sprinted toward the farmhouse, his boots slipping on the frost-covered grass. Behind him, the light intensified, turning the entire field as bright as day. He could hear a low humming sound now, like the world's largest tuning fork, vibrating at a frequency that seemed to resonate in his bones. He made it perhaps 50 yards before the beam caught him. The light enveloped Jake like a physical force, and suddenly he couldn't move. His legs continued the running motion, but he was no longer touching the ground. He was floating, suspended in the air, rising slowly toward the craft above. The sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Not quite flying, not quite falling, but something in between. Jake tried to scream, but no sound came out. He could still think, could still see and hear, but his body was no longer under his control. The farmhouse grew smaller below him, the lights in the windows looking warm and impossibly distant. He thought of his girlfriend Sarah, probably wondering why he hadn't called. He thought of his parents, who would wake up tomorrow to find their son had simply vanished. As he rose toward the craft, Jake could make out more details of its construction. The surface wasn't smooth as he'd first thought, but covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as he watched. Symbols or writing of some kind, flowing across the metal like living things. The underside of the craft opened with a sound like tearing silk, revealing a chamber filled with soft, pulsing light. The voice spoke again, clearer now, more insistent. "Your species shows promise. You will contribute to our understanding. The process will be educational." Jake felt himself being drawn into the opening, the cold night air of Nebraska replaced by something warmer, more humid. The last thing he saw of the outside world was the cluster of terrified cattle, still pressed against the fence, watching their protector disappear into the sky. Inside the craft, Jake found himself in a circular chamber with walls that seemed to glow from within. The light was different here, softer, more organic, like being inside a living cell. He was no longer floating, but standing on what felt like solid ground, though he couldn't see any floor beneath his feet. That's when he saw them. 3 figures stood at the edge of his vision, just beyond the comfortable range of the chamber's light. They were tall, perhaps 7 feet, with elongated limbs that moved with an unsettling grace. Their skin appeared gray or silver, with a texture that reminded Jake of dolphin hide, smooth, but somehow textured. Their heads were larger than human proportions would suggest, and their eyes were the worst part. Large, dark, completely without iris or pupil. They seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. When they looked at Jake, he felt as though they were seeing not just his physical form, but everything he was, every memory, every fear, every secret he'd ever kept. One of the beings stepped forward, and Jake noticed that it didn't walk so much as glide, its feet never quite seeming to touch the ground. When it spoke, its mouth didn't move, but Jake heard the words clearly in his mind. "Welcome, Jake Morrison. We have been observing your species for some time. You have been chosen to help us understand the nature of human consciousness. Do not resist. The experience will be illuminating." The beam intensified, and Marcus felt his body becoming weightless. His boots left the ground as an invisible force pulled him upward. He clawed at the air, desperate to grab onto something, anything, but there was nothing. The corn stalks below grew smaller as he rose higher into the blinding light. His screams were swallowed by a deafening hum that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. The last thing he remembered was the sensation of passing through something cold and metallic before everything went black. When consciousness returned, Marcus found himself lying on a smooth, reflective surface in a room filled with pulsing blue light. Our fourth story takes us to the rural farmlands of Nebraska, where a family's quiet life was shattered by something that defied all explanation. This is the account of Marcus Chen, a third-generation farmer who witnessed something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. It was September 15th, 2019, and Marcus had been working late in his fields, preparing for the corn harvest. The Chen family had owned this land for over 60 years, passed down from his grandfather, who had immigrated from Taiwan in the 1950s. The farm was their sanctuary, their livelihood, and their home. Nothing had ever prepared them for what was about to unfold. Marcus was driving his tractor back toward the farmhouse around 11:30 p.m. when he noticed something unusual in the distance. About half a mile away, near the old grain silo that had been abandoned for decades, there was a soft, pulsing light. At first, he assumed it might be teenagers playing pranks, or perhaps someone had accidentally left a vehicle running with its headlights on. But as he got closer, Marcus realized this wasn't any ordinary light. The glow was emanating from the silo itself, a pale blue-green luminescence that seemed to breathe with its own rhythm. The light would intensify, then fade, then intensify again, like a massive heartbeat visible from miles away. Marcus had never seen anything like it in his 43 years of life. He parked his tractor at the edge of his property and grabbed his flashlight from the toolbox. The September night was crisp and clear, with stars scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. But as Marcus approached the silo, he noticed something disturbing. The usual sounds of the countryside had completely vanished. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting, no rustling of small animals in the grass. The silence was absolute and unnerving. The abandoned silo stood about 40 feet tall, its concrete walls weathered and cracked from decades of neglect. tonight, those walls seemed to pulse with an inner light, as if the entire structure had been transformed into some kind of beacon. Marcus could feel a strange tingling sensation in the air, like the moments before a lightning strike, when the atmosphere becomes electrically charged. As he drew closer, Marcus noticed that the grass around the base of the silo had changed. What should have been the familiar brown and green of late summer prairie grass was now a sickly yellow color, as if it had been bleached or burned. The affected area formed a perfect circle, approximately 50 feet in diameter, with the silo at its center. Marcus pulled out his cell phone to call his wife, Sarah, but discovered that his device was completely dead. This was strange because he had charged it fully that morning and had been using it throughout the day without any problems. He tried turning it on several times, but the screen remained black and unresponsive. That's when he heard the sound. It started as a low humming, barely perceptible at first, like the distant drone of electrical transformers. But as Marcus stood there, transfixed by the glowing silo, the humming grew louder and more complex. It wasn't just one tone, but multiple frequencies layered together, creating an otherworldly harmony that seemed to resonate in his bones. Marcus felt drawn to move closer, despite every instinct telling him to run. The rational part of his mind screamed warnings, but his body seemed to move of its own accord, step by step toward the mysterious structure. The light was hypnotic, beautiful in its alien strangeness, and he found himself unable to look away. As he reached the edge of the yellowed grass circle, Marcus noticed movement inside the silo. Through the gaps in the concrete walls, he could see shadows shifting and dancing. But these weren't the shadows of birds or bats that might have taken shelter in the abandoned structure. These shapes were larger, more deliberate in their movements, and they seemed to be working with purpose. The humming sound intensified, and Marcus felt a strange pressure in his head, as if someone was gently squeezing his skull. His vision began to blur slightly, and he experienced a sensation of floating, even though his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. The world around him seemed to shimmer and distort, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. That's when Marcus saw them. 3 figures emerged from behind the silo, moving with an unsettling grace that defied human locomotion. They were tall and slender, perhaps 7 feet in height, with elongated limbs that seemed to bend in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Their skin appeared to be a pale gray color, almost translucent, and it seemed to glow with the same soft light that emanated from the silo. The beings' heads were disproportionately large compared to their bodies, with features that were both familiar and utterly alien. Where humans would have eyes, these creatures had large, dark ovals that reflected the silo's light like black mirrors. They had no visible nose, just small slits where nostrils might be, and their mouths were barely perceptible lines across their faces. Marcus wanted to run, wanted to scream, wanted to do anything except stand there frozen like a deer in headlights. But his body refused to obey his commands. He could only watch in growing terror as the three beings approached him with their strange, gliding movements. Their feet barely seemed to touch the ground, and they left no footprints in the yellowed grass. As they drew nearer, Marcus began to hear something that chilled him to his core. It wasn't sound in the traditional sense, but rather thoughts that seemed to appear directly in his mind. The communication was wordless, but somehow perfectly clear, like receiving a message written in a language he had never learned, but somehow understood completely. The beings were curious about him, he realized. They found his presence unexpected, but not unwelcome. They had been using the silo as some kind of collection point, gathering samples and conducting observations. Marcus was simply an interesting addition to their research, another specimen to be studied and catalogued. The lead being, slightly taller than the others, extended one of its impossibly long arms toward Marcus. Its hand had 4 fingers, each ending in what appeared to be a small, glowing pad. As the creature reached out, Marcus felt his consciousness beginning to slip away, as if he was sinking into deep, dark water. The last thing Marcus remembered before losing consciousness was the sensation of being lifted, not physically, but as if his very essence was being drawn upward toward something vast and incomprehensible. The glowing silo, the alien beings, the yellowed grass circle, all of it began to fade as darkness claimed his mind. When Marcus finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying in his own bed, fully clothed and covered in morning dew. Sunlight was streaming through the bedroom windows, and he could hear his wife, Sarah, moving around in the kitchen downstairs, preparing breakfast as she did every morning. For a moment, he wondered if the entire experience had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. But as Marcus sat up in bed, he noticed several things that convinced him otherwise. His clothes were stained with the same sickly yellow substance he had seen on the grass around the silo. His cell phone, which had died the night before, was now fully functional, but showed a gap in its memory. According to the device, nearly 6 hours had passed between his last clear memory and when he had apparently returned home. Most disturbing of all, Marcus discovered a small, perfectly circular mark on his left forearm. The mark was about the size of a quarter, with a pale center surrounded by a ring of slightly darker skin. It didn't hurt, but it felt warm to the touch and seemed to pulse with a faint rhythm that matched his heartbeat. But Marcus's ordeal was far from over. What he didn't know was that his encounter at the glowing silo was just the beginning of something much larger and more terrifying. The beings had marked him, chosen him for reasons he couldn't yet comprehend, and they would be returning for him very soon. The beam intensified, and Jake felt his feet leave the ground. His screams echoed across the empty farmland as he was pulled upward toward the craft. The last thing he saw was his truck's headlights growing smaller below him. Frank Morrison had been working security at the Riverside Industrial Complex for 12 years, and in all that time, nothing more exciting than a raccoon in the dumpster had ever crossed his path. The sprawling facility manufactured automotive parts during the day, but at night it became Frank's domain. A maze of empty warehouses, silent machinery, and shadows that danced in the pale glow of security lights. It was a Tuesday night in October when everything changed. Frank was making his usual rounds, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness as he checked each building methodically. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of dying leaves and the distant hum of the highway. He'd just finished inspecting Warehouse C when he noticed something odd in the sky. At first, it looked like a star that had somehow fallen out of place. A single point of light, brighter than the others, hovering just above the tree line beyond the facility's perimeter. Frank stopped walking and squinted upward, his breath forming small clouds in the cold air. The light wasn't moving like an airplane or helicopter. It simply hung there, pulsing gently like a heartbeat made of luminescence. Frank had seen plenty of aircraft in his years as a night watchman. The complex was situated near a small regional airport, and he'd grown accustomed to the regular patterns of planes coming and going. But this was different. The light was too bright, too steady, and it cast no beam downward like a helicopter's searchlight would. He pulled out his phone to record it, but the camera couldn't seem to focus properly on the object. Every time he tried to zoom in, the image became blurry and distorted. For 20 minutes, Frank watched the light hover motionlessly above the trees. He considered calling his supervisor, but what would he say? That there was a bright light in the sky. He'd worked security long enough to know that unusual didn't always mean threatening. Maybe it was some kind of weather balloon or military exercise. He was about to continue his rounds when the light began to move. It descended slowly, deliberately, growing larger as it approached. Frank could now see that it wasn't just a single light, but a collection of lights arranged in a triangular pattern. The craft, and he was certain now that it was a craft, was completely silent as it glided over the facility's fence and settled into the parking lot of Warehouse D, about 200 yards from where Frank stood frozen. The security guard's training kicked in, overriding his shock. He needed to investigate, to document whatever this was. His hand trembling slightly, he activated his radio and tried to contact the main security office, but all he got was static. His cell phone showed no signal bars, despite the fact that he'd had full reception just minutes earlier. The electromagnetic interference was so strong that even his flashlight began to flicker erratically. Frank approached Warehouse D cautiously, using the shadows of parked vehicles and equipment to conceal his movement. As he drew closer, he could see the craft more clearly. It was roughly triangular, about the size of a small house, with a smooth, metallic surface that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The 3 points of light at its corners pulsed in a synchronized rhythm, and there was a barely audible humming sound, like the vibration of a massive tuning fork. A section of the craft's underside began to glow, and Frank watched in fascination and terror as what appeared to be a ramp or doorway materialized. The opening didn't seem to unfold or slide open. It simply became transparent, as if the solid metal had transformed into glass, then into nothing at all. A soft, blue-white light spilled from the interior, and Frank could see movement within. 3 figures emerged from the craft, and Frank's blood ran cold. They were humanoid, but wrong in every conceivable way. Tall and impossibly thin, with elongated limbs that moved with an unsettling fluidity. Their heads were disproportionately large, dominated by enormous black eyes that seemed to absorb everything around them. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, with visible veins pulsing beneath the surface. The beings moved with purpose, gliding rather than walking across the asphalt. They carried devices that Frank couldn't identify, sleek, organic-looking instruments that pulsed with the same rhythm as the craft's lights. One of the creatures pointed its device at Warehouse D, and Frank watched in amazement as the building's security system deactivated without any visible interaction. The red lights on the door panels switched to green, and he heard the distinctive click of electronic locks disengaging. Frank knew he should run, should get as far away from this impossible scene as possible. But something held him in place, a combination of professional duty and morbid curiosity. He was the night watchman. This was his responsibility. He fumbled for his backup radio, hoping the older analog system might work where the digital equipment had failed. But his hands were shaking so badly he could barely operate the controls. That's when one of the beings turned directly toward his hiding spot. Despite being concealed behind a delivery truck 50 yards away, Frank felt those massive black eyes lock onto his position with impossible precision. The creature tilted its oversized head, and Frank heard something that made his skin crawl, a sound like whispers in a language that predated human speech, transmitted directly into his mind without passing through his ears. The other 2 beings continued their work at the warehouse, but the first one began moving in Frank's direction. Its gait was hypnotic and terrifying, each step covering far more ground than should have been physically possible. Frank finally found his voice and his legs simultaneously, stumbling backward while trying to key his radio. Security to base. We have an intruder situation at Warehouse D. He managed to whisper into the radio, though he knew how inadequate those words were to describe what he was witnessing. Multiple intruders with unknown technology. Request immediate backup and contact local authorities. The radio crackled with static, but he thought he heard a voice trying to respond. The approaching being stopped about 20 feet away, and Frank felt a pressure in his head as if something was trying to push its way into his thoughts. Images flashed through his mind, memories that weren't his own. Scenes of vast spaces filled with stars, laboratories with walls that curved impossibly, and other humans lying motionless on tables, while creatures like this one moved around them with clinical detachment. Frank tried to run, but his legs felt like they were moving through thick liquid. The world around him began to blur and shift, reality becoming negotiable. He could still see the warehouse, the parking lot, the normal world he knew, but overlaid on top of it was something else. A sterile, metallic environment filled with soft light and incomprehensible technology. The being raised one of its devices, and Frank felt his consciousness beginning to fragment. Part of him was still standing in the parking lot, clutching his radio and flashlight, while another part was somewhere else entirely, lying on a surface that felt like liquid metal, but supported his weight like solid stone. He could see other humans in this place. Some he recognized as missing persons from news reports over the years. Others were complete strangers, all of them in various states of unconsciousness. Through the haze of whatever was happening to him, Frank heard his radio crackle to life. His supervisor's voice cut through the static. "Frank, this is base. We're getting some kind of interference with the security cameras. What's your status?" The familiar sound of human speech seemed to anchor him to reality, and for a moment, the alien environment faded. With tremendous effort, Frank forced himself to speak into the radio. "Base, they're not human. They're inside Warehouse D. Get everyone away from here. Call the Air Force. Call someone who can handle this." His words came out slurred and distant, as if he were speaking through water. The being in front of him made a sound like crystalline wind chimes, and suddenly Frank was back in the sterile environment completely. He could see his own body lying on one of the tables, while his consciousness floated above, observing everything with terrifying clarity. The creatures moved around him with practiced efficiency, using their instruments to scan and probe with an interest that was purely scientific. Time became meaningless in that place. Frank experienced what felt like hours of examination, during which the beings seemed to be cataloging every aspect of his physical and mental state. They were particularly interested in his memories of the security work, scanning through decades of routine nights and quiet observations. It was as if they were studying not just him, but the entire human experience of watching and waiting in the darkness. When Frank next became aware of his surroundings, he was lying on the cold asphalt of the parking lot, his radio squawking with concerned voices. Dawn was breaking over the industrial complex, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The craft was gone, leaving no trace of its presence, except for a perfect circle of dead grass where it had landed. Frank struggled to his feet, his body aching as if he'd been lying on concrete for hours. His watch showed 6:47 a.m. Somehow, 7 hours had passed in what felt like minutes. His supervisor and 2 police officers were running toward him across the parking lot, their faces etched with concern and confusion. "Frank, thank God you're alive," his supervisor called out. "We've been looking for you all night. Your radio went dead around midnight, and we found your flashlight by Warehouse D, but no sign of you anywhere." Frank tried to explain what had happened, but the words came out jumbled and incoherent. The memories were there, vivid and terrifying, but they felt like fragments of a dream that dissolved when exposed to daylight. The police officers took his statement with professional skepticism, noting the physical evidence of his missing time, but unable to find any concrete proof of his extraordinary claims. In the days that followed, Frank discovered that others had experienced something similar that night. Reports came in from across the county of missing time, strange lights in the sky, and electromagnetic interference. But like Frank's own experience, these accounts were dismissed as mass hysteria or misidentification of conventional aircraft. Frank never worked another night shift. The experience had changed something fundamental in him, leaving him with an awareness of vast intelligences moving through the darkness, watching and studying humanity with the same clinical detachment that he had once applied to his security rounds. Every night, as he lay in bed trying to sleep, he could feel those enormous black eyes somewhere in the darkness above, patient and eternal, waiting for the next opportunity to continue their incomprehensible research. The Riverside Industrial Complex installed new security systems and hired a younger night watchman. But Frank sometimes drove by the facility after dark, watching for unusual lights in the sky. He never saw the craft again, but he knew with absolute certainty that it was still out there, along with others like it, conducting their silent observations of a world that remained blissfully unaware of the watchers in the darkness above. Our 6th tale takes us to the cornfields of Nebraska, where the harvest moon casts long shadows and ancient rituals still echo through the night. This is the story of Marcus Chen, an agricultural researcher who discovered that some harvests are meant for beings far beyond our world. October 2019. Marcus had been studying crop circles for his doctoral thesis, approaching them from a scientific perspective rather than the sensationalized alien theories. He documented over 50 formations across the Midwest, measuring electromagnetic readings, soil composition changes, and plant cellular modifications. Most had logical explanations, but the patterns appearing in Millfield, Nebraska, were different. The formations appeared overnight during the harvest moon, perfectly geometric spirals that seemed to pulse with their own internal rhythm. Local farmers reported equipment malfunctions near the circles, and livestock refused to graze in affected fields. Marcus set up his monitoring equipment in the Hendricks farm, determined to capture whatever was creating these anomalies. The first night passed without incident. Marcus reviewed his data, finding subtle electromagnetic fluctuations, but nothing conclusive. The second night brought fog rolling across the cornfields like a living thing, thick and luminescent under the harvest moon. His instruments began registering readings he'd never seen before, energy signatures that defied conventional physics. At 3:17 a.m., the corn began to move, not swaying in the wind, but bending in deliberate patterns, creating pathways through the field. Marcus watched through his night vision equipment as the stalks folded themselves into intricate designs, forming symbols that hurt to look at directly. The electromagnetic readings spiked beyond his equipment's capacity to measure. Then he saw them, figures moving through the corn, tall and impossibly thin, their movements too fluid for human anatomy. They carried devices that emitted soft, pulsing light, scanning the crops with methodical precision. Marcus realized with growing horror that they weren't creating crop circles for communication or art. They were harvesting. The beings moved with purpose, selecting specific plants and extracting something from them with their strange instruments. Not the corn itself, but something invisible, something that made the air shimmer as it was collected. Marcus tried to record everything, but his cameras malfunctioned, producing only static and distorted images that seemed to move on their own. One of the creatures turned toward his hiding spot, and Marcus felt his breath catch. Its face was a smooth expanse of pale flesh with dark, multifaceted eyes that reflected the moonlight like black mirrors. It tilted its head, studying him with the detached interest of a scientist observing a specimen. Marcus realized he wasn't just witnessing their harvest, he was part of it. The being approached with slow, deliberate steps, its feet making no sound on the earth. Marcus tried to run, but his legs wouldn't respond. A paralysis spread through his body, starting from his extremities and moving inward. He could only watch as the creature extended one impossibly long finger, touching his forehead with skin that felt like ice. Images flooded Marcus's mind. Earth from space, but not as he knew it. The planet was covered in a network of energy lines, connecting every living thing in an intricate web of light. He saw the truth, that consciousness itself was the crop they were harvesting. Human awareness, animal instinct, plant sensitivity, all forms of life force were being collected and stored in crystalline containers aboard ships hidden in the clouds. The harvest had been ongoing for millennia, the creature showed him. Civilizations rose and fell, but the collection continued. Crop circles weren't landing sites or messages. They were extraction points where the life force of entire regions was concentrated and gathered. The geometric patterns served as focusing arrays, amplifying and directing the energy harvest. Marcus saw other harvesting sites across the globe. Ancient stone circles that still hummed with residual energy, mysterious mounds that had been extraction points for indigenous populations. modern cities, where the density of human consciousness created particularly rich harvesting opportunities. The beings had been farming humanity like any other crop, waiting patiently for the right moments to collect their yield. The vision expanded, showing him the destination of the harvested consciousness. A vast ship in the void between stars, its holds filled with glowing containers of concentrated life force. The energy was processed, refined, and consumed by beings so alien that their very existence was incomprehensible to human minds. Earth was just one of countless farms scattered across the galaxy. But something had gone wrong with this harvest. The creature's touch conveyed frustration, confusion. Human consciousness had evolved beyond their expectations, becoming too complex, too chaotic to process efficiently. The modern human mind created interference patterns that disrupted their collection methods. They needed to adapt their techniques, and Marcus was going to help them understand how. The being began extracting memories from Marcus's mind, studying his thoughts and emotions like a botanist examining plant specimens. Each extracted memory left a void, a gap in his sense of self. He felt his personality fragmenting as core experiences were removed and cataloged. His first kiss, his graduation day, the moment he decided to become a scientist, all taken and stored in the creature's collection device. As his memories were harvested, Marcus began to understand the true horror of the situation. The missing persons cases near crop circle sites, the unexplained amnesia suffered by witnesses, the strange behavior of animals in affected areas, all were symptoms of consciousness harvesting. The beings weren't just studying humanity, they were consuming the very essence of what made people human. The extraction process intensified, and Marcus felt his sense of identity dissolving. He was becoming a hollow shell, his consciousness reduced to basic biological functions. But in that moment of near-complete dissolution, something unexpected happened. His scientific training, his analytical mind, created a feedback loop that the creature couldn't process. Marcus's desperate attempt to understand and categorize what was happening to him created a resonance pattern that disrupted the harvesting equipment. The creature recoiled, its smooth features contorting in what might have been pain or surprise. The connection broke, and Marcus collapsed to the ground, his consciousness snapping back into his body like a rubber band. The beings retreated, their harvest incomplete and contaminated by Marcus's analytical interference. The corn straightened, the electromagnetic readings returned to normal, and the fog dissipated as if it had never existed. Marcus was left alone in the field, his equipment destroyed, and his memories fragmented but mostly intact. He stumbled back to his car, his hands shaking as he tried to process what had happened. Parts of his memory were missing, gaps in his personal history that he couldn't quite identify, but knew were there. He drove away from the Hendricks farm, leaving behind his research and his equipment some knowledge was too dangerous to pursue. Marcus never published his findings about the Millfield crop circles. He changed his field of study, moving away from anything that might attract the attention of the harvesters. But sometimes, on nights when the moon is full and the air is still, he feels that familiar paralysis creeping up his limbs. He knows they're still out there, still harvesting, still waiting for the right moment to complete what they started. The harvest moon rises again each October, casting its pale light across the cornfields of America. And somewhere in the darkness between the rows, patient figures continue their ancient work, gathering the consciousness of a world that doesn't even know it's being farmed. Our seventh story takes us to the endless cornfields of Nebraska, where the horizon stretches forever, and the night sky feels close enough to touch. This is where Marcus Thompson learned that some lights in the darkness should never be followed, and that the vast emptiness of rural America can hide terrors beyond imagination. Marcus had been driving for 12 hours straight, his 18-wheeler loaded with electronics bound for Denver. The interstate stretched endlessly before him, flanked by towering walls of corn that rustled in the October wind. It was past midnight when he noticed his fuel gauge dropping toward empty, and the next truck stop wasn't for another 40 miles. That's when he saw the exit sign for Millbrook, population 812. A small farming community that probably rolled up its sidewalks at 9 p.m. But Marcus was hopping for at least a gas station. He took the exit, his headlights cutting through the darkness as he descended into a valley surrounded by endless cornfields. The town was completely dark, not a single streetlight or porch light visible. Marcus drove slowly down Main Street, past a few weathered storefronts and a small diner with a closed sign hanging crooked in the window. His diesel engine rumbled loudly in the silence, and he began to worry he'd made a mistake taking this detour. Then he saw it, a faint glow coming from behind the corn on his right. At first, he thought it might be a farmhouse with its lights on, someone still awake despite the late hour. But as he slowed down, he realized the light was moving, floating about 10 feet above the cornfield in a slow, deliberate pattern. Marcus pulled over and killed his engine, rolling down his window to get a better look. The light was pale blue, almost white, and it pulsed with a rhythmic intensity that reminded him of a heartbeat. As he watched, 2 more lights appeared, then 3, then 5, all moving in perfect synchronization above the corn. He grabbed his phone to record what he was seeing, but the screen remained black no matter how many times he pressed the power button. The battery had been at 60% when he checked it an hour ago, but now it was completely dead. His CB radio crackled with static, then went silent. The lights began to move closer, and Marcus could hear a low humming sound that seemed to vibrate through his chest. The corn stalks below the lights were bending and swaying, as if pushed by some invisible force. He reached for his keys, planning to start the engine and get out of there, but his hand froze as one of the lights separated from the group and began moving directly toward him. The light approached slowly, deliberately, until it hovered just 20 feet from his truck. Up close, Marcus could see that it wasn't just a light, but something solid, metallic, with the glow emanating from panels or windows along its surface. It was roughly triangular, about the size of a small car, and completely silent except for that persistent humming. Marcus tried to start his truck, but the engine wouldn't turn over. The dashboard lights flickered and died, and even his watch had stopped working. The craft moved closer, and he could feel heat radiating from it, along with a strange, tingling sensation that made his skin crawl. That's when he saw the opening. A section of the craft's underside simply dissolved, revealing a soft, pulsing light within. Something began to descend from the opening, something that looked like a platform or elevator. Marcus fumbled for his door handle, but his muscles felt heavy and unresponsive, as if he were moving through thick syrup. The platform touched down in the road beside his truck, and Marcus saw figures moving on it. They were tall and thin, with elongated limbs and heads that seemed too large for their bodies. Their skin had a pale, translucent quality, and their eyes were enormous, black, and completely without emotion. One of the beings approached his truck, moving with a fluid, almost floating gait. It placed what Marcus assumed was a hand against his window, and the glass began to glow with the same pale light as the craft. Marcus felt his consciousness slipping away, his vision tunneling, until all he could see were those enormous black eyes staring into his soul. When Marcus woke up, he was lying on a smooth, curved surface that felt warm to the touch. The air was thick and humid, with a metallic taste that made him gag. He tried to sit up, but restraints held him in place, invisible bonds that felt like bands of energy rather than physical restraints. The room, if it could be called that, was circular with no visible walls or ceiling, just a continuous curved surface that glowed with soft, shifting colors. The beings stood around him, their movements coordinated and purposeful. One held a device that looked like a cross between a medical scanner and a tuning fork, running it over his body while making soft clicking sounds. Marcus tried to speak, to ask what they wanted, but no sound came from his throat. The beings seemed to communicate without words, their large eyes flickering with patterns of light that might have been some form of language. The one with the device moved to his head, and Marcus felt a sharp pain behind his eyes, as if something was probing deep into his brain. Images flashed through his mind, memories that weren't his own. He saw the earth from space, vast and blue and beautiful. He saw cities rising and falling, civilizations coming and going like waves on a beach. He saw other worlds, other skis, other beings living their lives under alien suns. Then the pain intensified, and Marcus felt something being inserted into his skull through his nasal cavity. It was thin and flexible, like a wire or probe, and it moved with purpose toward the center of his brain. He tried to scream, but his vocal cords wouldn't respond. The beings continued their work with clinical detachment, as if he were nothing more than a specimen to be studied. The procedure seemed to last forever, but eventually the probe was withdrawn, and the beings stepped back. One of them approached with what looked like a small, crystalline device. It pressed the device against Marcus's forehead, and he felt a strange warmth spreading through his skull. Suddenly, he could understand them. Not their words, but their thoughts, their intentions. They were researchers, explorers from a world so distant that its light hadn't yet reached Earth. They had been studying human consciousness, trying to understand how awareness could emerge from mere matter. Marcus was one of thousands they had examined over the decades, each subject providing another piece of the puzzle. They meant no harm, they assured him, but their definition of harm was clearly different from his. The pain, the violation, the terror, these were simply necessary components of their research. They showed him images of their world, a place of crystal cities and artificial suns, where beings like themselves had transcended physical form eons ago. They had returned to corporeal existence only to conduct this research, to understand the primitive consciousness that still clung to biological matter. The next thing Marcus knew, he was back in his truck, sitting behind the wheel with the engine running. The sun was rising over the cornfield, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. His phone was working again, showing dozens of missed calls from his dispatcher. According to the timestamp, he had been missing for 6 hours. Marcus drove straight to the nearest hospital, where doctors found a small, perfectly round scar behind his right ear that hadn't been there before. CT scans showed nothing unusual, but Marcus could feel something different in his mind, a presence that hadn't been there before. In the weeks that followed, Marcus began experiencing strange episodes. He would find himself standing in his backyard at 3 in the morning, staring up at the stars with no memory of how he'd got there. He started having dreams that felt more like memories, visions of other worlds and other lives. The worst part was the knowledge that they weren't done with him. The device they had implanted wasn't just for monitoring. It was a beacon, a way for them to find him again whenever they needed another subject for their research. Marcus had become part of their ongoing study, a lab rat in an experiment that would continue for the rest of his life. He tried to tell people what had happened, but who would believe such a story? Even his own family thought he was having some kind of breakdown. So Marcus learned to keep quiet, to live with the knowledge that somewhere above the cornfields of Nebraska, patient researchers continued their work. adding to their understanding of human consciousness, one abduction at a time. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the stars seem especially bright, Marcus finds himself driving past cornfields, searching the sky for those pale blue lights, wondering if tonight will be the night they come for him again. Our 8th story comes from Marcus, a geologist who made a discovery that changed everything he thought he knew about our planet's history. What he found beneath an abandoned well in rural Montana would challenge the very foundations of human understanding. Marcus had been hired to survey the land for a potential mining operation. The property had been abandoned for decades, with only the skeletal remains of an old farmhouse and a stone well marking where life had once flourished. The well intrigued him immediately. Its construction was unlike anything he'd seen before, built with stones that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly quality. As he approached the well's edge, his equipment began behaving strangely. His electromagnetic field detector went haywire, registering readings that should have been impossible. The compass spun wildly, unable to find magnetic north. Most disturbing of all, his Geiger counter began clicking rapidly, indicating radiation levels that made no sense for this remote location. Marcus peered down into the well's depths. The darkness seemed absolute, swallowing his flashlight beam like a hungry void. He dropped a stone, counting the seconds until he heard it hit bottom. The sound that echoed back wasn't the splash of water or the thud of earth. It was a metallic clang, hollow and resonant, as if the stone had struck something artificial far below. His scientific curiosity overrode his caution. Marcus rigged a rope and lowered himself into the well. The stone walls were smooth, almost polished, and covered in symbols that hurt his eyes to look at directly. They seemed to shift and writhe in his peripheral vision, forming patterns that suggested meaning just beyond his comprehension. 50 feet down, the well opened into a vast underground chamber. Marcus's flashlight revealed walls of the same strange stone, but these were clearly artificial. The craftsmanship was perfect, with joints so precise they seemed fused rather than fitted. The chamber stretched beyond his light's reach, filled with structures that defied easy description. At the chamber's center stood a series of metallic pods, each about the size of a coffin. They were arranged in perfect geometric patterns, connected by conduits that pulsed with a faint blue-green light. The air hummed with energy, making Marcus's teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. As he approached the nearest pod, he noticed it was transparent along the top. Inside lay a human figure, perfectly preserved, suspended in some kind of fluid. The person appeared to be sleeping, their chest rising and falling in slow, rhythmic breaths. Marcus counted at least 30 pods, each containing a different person of varying ages and appearances. The realization hit him like a physical blow. These weren't ancient artifacts or archaeological curiosities. These were people alive, being held in some kind of suspended animation. The technology was beyond anything human science had achieved. Yet here it was, buried beneath a forgotten farm in Montana. Marcus began documenting everything with his camera, but the images came out distorted, filled with strange interference patterns. The electronic equipment that had worked perfectly above ground was failing in this underground chamber. Even his watch had stopped, its digital display showing only random symbols. That's when he heard the sound, a low, thrumming vibration that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The blue-green light in the conduits began pulsing faster, and the pods started to emit a soft humming. Marcus realized with growing horror that his presence had activated something. The nearest pod began to open with a hydraulic hiss. The fluid drained away, and the figure inside began to stir. Marcus watched in fascination and terror as the person's eyes opened, revealing pupils that reflected light like mirrors. The being sat up slowly, moving with an otherworldly grace that seemed to defy gravity. When it spoke, the voice came from everywhere at once, resonating through the chamber walls. It didn't use words, but somehow communicated directly with Marcus's mind. The message was clear. He had found one of their preservation sites, a place where they kept specimens for long-term study and eventual integration. The being explained that humans had been monitored for millennia, with selected individuals taken for various purposes. Some were studied and returned with their memories altered. Others were kept in these preservation chambers, their bodies maintained, while their consciousness was used for different experiments. The well above was one of many access points scattered across the planet. Marcus learned that he had been chosen long before he ever arrived at this site. His expertise in geology, his isolation, his methodical nature, all made him an ideal candidate for their purposes. The mining survey was just a convenient cover story to get him to this location. More pods began opening around the chamber. The beings that emerged were human in appearance, but moved with an unsettling synchronization. Their eyes held an intelligence that was both ancient and alien. They surrounded Marcus, not threateningly, but with the calm certainty of those who had performed this ritual countless times before. The lead being touched Marcus's forehead, and suddenly he could see the truth. Images flooded his mind, showing the vast network of underground facilities, the thousands of humans in preservation, the experiments that had been conducted for generations. He saw the slow, methodical process of integration, where human consciousness was gradually merged with their technology. Marcus understood that he would join the others in the pods, his body preserved, while his mind was used to further their research. But unlike the others, he would retain some awareness of his situation. He would become a bridge between human and alien consciousness, helping them understand the species they were slowly absorbing. As the preservation fluid began filling his designated pod, Marcus felt a strange sense of peace. The fear was gone, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity about what he would learn, what he would become. His last coherent thought was a realization that humanity's evolution was being guided by forces beyond their comprehension. The mining company never heard from Marcus again. His equipment was found at the well's edge, but there was no sign of him. The official report stated that he had likely fallen into the well and drowned, despite the fact that no body was ever recovered. The property was deemed unsuitable for mining due to unstable geological conditions. But sometimes, late at night, locals report seeing strange lights emanating from the old well. They speak of hearing voices carried on the wind, speaking in languages that sound almost human, but not quite. The well remains, waiting for the next curious soul to discover its secrets, to add to the collection that lies sleeping in the darkness far below. Marcus's story reminds us that some discoveries come with a price we never expected to pay. In our next tale, we'll explore what happens when the line between observer and observed becomes dangerously blurred. Our ninth story takes us to the remote wilderness of northern Alaska, where meteorologist Dr. Sarah Chen thought she'd found the perfect isolation to conduct her atmospheric research. What she discovered instead was that some storms aren't born from nature at all. Dr. Chen had been running the automated weather station for 3 months when the anomalies began. The station, perched on a windswept ridge 50 miles from the nearest settlement, recorded atmospheric pressure readings that defied every known meteorological principle. Barometric spikes that should have preceded devastating storms, yet the skies remained clear. Temperature fluctuations that violated the laws of thermodynamics. On the night of October 15th, Sarah was reviewing the day's data when her instruments detected something impossible. The atmospheric pressure had dropped to levels that should have been physically impossible at that altitude. Outside, the aurora borealis painted the sky in brilliant greens and purples, but the patterns were wrong. Instead of the familiar curtains of light, geometric shapes pulsed overhead in perfect mathematical sequences. Sarah grabbed her emergency radio, but static filled every frequency. The satellite uplink had gone dead. Even her backup communication systems produced nothing but electronic noise. She was completely cut off from the outside world, alone with instruments that insisted reality itself was malfunctioning. The geometric aurora began to descend, its light casting sharp shadows that moved independently of their sources. Sarah's breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air as the temperature plummeted 20 degrees in seconds. The weather station's walls groaned under an invisible pressure that her instruments couldn't measure. Through the observation window, Sarah watched the aurora coalesce into a massive triangular shape that hovered silently above the ridge. No sound, no wind, nothing but the impossible geometry of light that hurt to look at directly. Her instruments went haywire, needles spinning wildly as electromagnetic fields fluctuated beyond their measurement capabilities. The triangle began to emit a low-frequency hum that Sarah felt in her bones rather than heard. The sound resonated through the station's metal framework, creating harmonics that made her teeth ache. Her vision blurred as the humming intensified, and she realized with growing horror that the sound was somehow affecting her brain waves. Sarah tried to retreat to the station's inner chamber, but her legs wouldn't obey. The humming had synchronized with her neural patterns, overriding her voluntary muscle control. She could only watch helplessly as a beam of pale blue light descended from the triangle's center, passing through the station's roof as if it were made of air. The light enveloped her, and Sarah's consciousness exploded into fragments. She experienced her entire life simultaneously. Childhood memories, graduate school, her first research position. Every moment existing at once in a kaleidoscope of temporal chaos. But threading through it all was a presence, vast and alien, examining each memory with clinical detachment. Sarah found herself in a chamber that couldn't exist, its walls curved in dimensions her mind couldn't process. Beings moved around her, their forms shifting between states of matter, sometimes solid, sometimes energy, sometimes concepts given physical form. They communicated without words, their thoughts pressing against her consciousness like cold fingers. The beings were studying Earth's atmosphere, she realized. They had been manipulating weather patterns across the planet for decades, using stations like hers to monitor the effects. Hurricanes, tornadoes, droughts, all part of a vast experiment in atmospheric engineering. They were terraforming Earth, slowly altering its climate to suit their needs. Sarah tried to scream, to fight, to do anything, but remain a passive observer to humanity's doom. But the beings simply regarded her struggles with the same detached interest they showed her memories. To them, she was just another data point, another variable in their atmospheric calculations. They showed her images of other weather stations, other researchers who had stumbled upon their operations. Each one had been taken, studied, and returned with their memories altered. But Sarah's training in atmospheric physics made her uniquely valuable. They wanted her to continue her work, to help them refine their planetary modifications. The beings implanted something in Sarah's mind, not a physical device, but a restructuring of her neural pathways. She would remember this encounter as a vivid dream, nothing more. But buried beneath her conscious thoughts, new imperatives would guide her research. She would unknowingly become their agent, helping to optimize Earth's atmospheric transformation. Sarah woke at her desk, surrounded by normal instrument readings and clear skis. Her computer showed no record of the anomalous data from the night before. According to the logs, she had fallen asleep while reviewing routine weather patterns. Everything seemed perfectly normal, except for the nagging feeling that she had forgotten something important. Over the following weeks, Sarah found herself drawn to unusual research projects. She began studying atmospheric manipulation techniques, theoretical papers on weather modification, and historical climate anomalies. Her colleagues praised her innovative approaches to meteorological research, never suspecting that her insights came from an alien source. The weather station continued its operations, but now it served a dual purpose. Sarah's official reports went to the National Weather Service, but other data streams flowed to receivers she didn't consciously know existed. Every atmospheric measurement, every climate model, every prediction helped the beings refine their planetary engineering project. Sarah never consciously remembered her abduction, but sometimes she would wake with the taste of ozone in her mouth and the echo of that bone-deep humming in her ears. She would check her instruments, find everything normal, and dismiss the sensations as stress-induced hallucinations. The perfect cover for the perfect infiltration. The beings had learned that the most effective way to study a species was to make them study themselves. Sarah became their unwitting collaborator, her human expertise combined with their alien knowledge to accelerate Earth's atmospheric transformation. And she would never know that every weather forecast she made brought humanity one step closer to breathing alien air. Dr. Sarah Chen remains at her weather station, filing reports and conducting research, never knowing that she's become the instrument of Earth's atmospheric conquest. Because sometimes the most terrifying abductions are the ones we never remember, the ones that turn us into unknowing agents of our own species' doom. Our 10th story takes us to the rolling farmlands of Nebraska, where a simple barn renovation uncovered something that should have remained buried. This is the account of Marcus Chen, a city architect who inherited his grandfather's farm in 2019. Marcus had always been skeptical of his grandfather's stories about strange lights and missing time. The old man would ramble about visitors from the stars, about a door that should never be opened. Marcus dismissed it as the fantasies of an aging mind. But when he began renovating the century-old barn, he discovered his grandfather's warnings carried a terrifying truth. The barn stood at the edge of the property, its weathered wood and rusted hinges telling stories of decades past. Marcus planned to convert it into a workshop, a place where he could escape the chaos of city life. The renovation began simply enough, clearing out decades of accumulated farming equipment, old hay bales, and forgotten tools. It was while removing a stack of rotting lumber that Marcus discovered the anomaly. Behind the wood, carved into the barn's original foundation stones, were symbols unlike anything he'd ever seen. They weren't Native American petroglyphs or settler markings. These symbols seemed to pulse with their own inner light, geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. Marcus photographed the symbols, intending to research their origin. But that night, as he reviewed the images on his laptop, something impossible happened. The symbols in the photographs were moving, shifting, and rearranging themselves into new configurations. He blinked, certain his tired eyes were playing tricks, but the movement continued. Sleep came fitfully that night, filled with dreams of vast spaces and cold metal surfaces. Marcus found himself standing in what appeared to be a circular room with walls that seemed to breathe. Tall, thin figures moved at the edges of his vision, their movements too fluid to be human. He tried to speak, to call out, but no sound emerged from his throat. The figures approached, and Marcus could see they weren't entirely solid. Their forms seemed to flicker between states of matter, sometimes appearing as shadows, other times as beings of pure light. One of them extended what might have been a hand, and Marcus felt a cold touch against his forehead. Information flooded his mind, not words, but pure knowledge. He learned that the barn had been built over what they called a threshold point, a place where the barriers between dimensions grew thin. His grandfather hadn't been losing his mind. He'd been chosen as a guardian, tasked with keeping the threshold sealed. The symbols weren't just carvings, they were a lock, holding back something that existed in the spaces between worlds. Marcus woke with a gasp, his body drenched in sweat despite the cool October night. The dream felt more real than waking life, and the knowledge he'd gained remained crystal clear in his mind. He understood now why his grandfather had been so insistent about never disturbing the barn's foundation, why certain areas of the property had always felt wrong. The next morning, Marcus returned to the barn with new purpose. He needed to see the symbols again, to understand what he was dealing with. But when he arrived, he found the foundation stones had changed. The symbols were different now, more complex, and they seemed to be counting down to something. The geometric patterns pulsed with increasing frequency, like a heartbeat growing faster. As Marcus studied the symbols, he noticed something else. The temperature in the barn was dropping rapidly. His breath began to mist in the suddenly frigid air, and frost started forming on the metal tools scattered around the space. The symbols grew brighter, their pulsing light casting dancing shadows on the barn walls. Then he heard it, a sound like wind chimes made of crystal, but coming from somewhere impossibly far away. The sound grew louder, more insistent, and Marcus realized it was coming from beneath the barn. Something was responding to the symbols, something that had been waiting in the darkness below. The barn floor began to vibrate, and cracks appeared in the concrete his grandfather had poured decades ago. Through these cracks, a pale light began to seep, accompanied by that crystalline chiming sound. Marcus backed toward the door, but found it wouldn't budge. The heavy wooden barrier that had opened easily moments before now seemed fused to its frame. The light from the cracks grew brighter, and shapes began to emerge from the growing fissures. They weren't the tall, thin figures from his dream. These were something else entirely. They moved like liquid mercury, flowing upward from the depths below, their forms constantly shifting between states of matter. Where they touched the barn's wooden beams, the wood began to change, taking on a metallic sheen. Marcus pressed himself against the locked door, watching in horror as more of these entities emerged from the widening cracks. They seemed to be testing the boundaries of this dimension, exploring the physical laws that governed this reality. One of them approached Marcus, and he felt that same cold touch from his dream, but this time it was accompanied by images flooding his mind. He saw the barn as it had been when his grandfather was young, saw the night the threshold had first opened. His grandfather had been working late, repairing storm damage, when the symbols had first appeared. The entities had tried to cross over then too, but his grandfather had somehow managed to reseal the threshold, trapping them in the space between worlds. The images showed him what would happen if the threshold fully opened. Reality itself would begin to unravel as the laws of physics from the other dimension bled through. The entities weren't malevolent in any human sense. They were simply incompatible with this reality. Their very presence would cause the fundamental forces that held the universe together to break down. Marcus understood now that he had a choice to make. He could try to escape, to run from this responsibility, as he'd run from so many others in his life. Or he could do what his grandfather had done, stand guard against forces beyond human comprehension. The entities watched him with what might have been curiosity, waiting to see what he would choose. Drawing on the knowledge that had been implanted in his mind, Marcus approached the symbols on the foundation stones. The entities drew back, recognizing his intent. He placed his hands on the carved stones and felt the power flowing through them, not electricity, but something far more fundamental. The symbols responded to his touch, beginning to shift and change. The process was agonizing. Marcus felt as if his consciousness was being stretched across multiple dimensions simultaneously. He could see through the entity's eyes, experience reality as they did. A place where time flowed in all directions at once, where matter and energy were merely different expressions of the same underlying force. But he also felt the weight of his human limitations, the anchor that kept him grounded in this reality. Slowly, painfully, Marcus began to reverse the process his renovation had started. The symbols shifted back to their original configuration, the lock that his grandfather had put in place decades ago. The entities fought against the closing threshold, not out of malice, but out of desperation. They had been trapped in the space between worlds for so long that they had forgotten what it meant to exist in a single reality. As the threshold sealed, the entities began to fade, their forms becoming translucent before disappearing entirely. The cracks in the barn floor sealed themselves, and the temperature began to return to normal. Marcus collapsed beside the foundation stones, exhausted by the effort of holding two realities apart. When he finally recovered enough to stand, Marcus found that the barn door opened easily once again. But he also found something else, a new understanding of his place in the world. He was no longer just Marcus Chen, the city architect. He was now the guardian of the threshold, the keeper of secrets that could unravel reality itself. Marcus never completed his renovation of the barn. Instead, he sealed the building, just as his grandfather had done. He moved into the farmhouse permanently, abandoning his city life to take up the watch. Neighbors sometimes ask about the strange lights they see coming from the sealed barn on certain nights, but Marcus just smiles and changes the subject. The threshold remains sealed, but Marcus knows it's not a permanent solution. The entities are still there, waiting in the space between worlds, and the symbols on the foundation stones continue their slow countdown. He's learned to read them now, to understand when the threshold grows weak and needs reinforcement. It's a responsibility that will last the rest of his life and beyond. Sometimes, late at night, Marcus wonders if he made the right choice. But then he remembers the images the entities showed him reality unraveling, the fundamental forces of the universe breaking down. He thinks of all the people who sleep peacefully in their beds, unaware of how close they came to losing everything they know. And he knows that some doors are meant to stay closed, no matter the cost of keeping them that way. Our 11th story takes us to the farmlands of Nebraska in 1967, where a simple evening of plowing would become one of the most documented alien encounters in agricultural history. Harold Brennan was a third-generation farmer who knew every inch of his 300-acre property. What he discovered that October night would challenge everything he thought he knew about his own land. Harold had been working late, trying to finish the fall plowing before the first frost. His John Deere tractor hummed steadily across the field, its headlights cutting through the growing darkness. The air was crisp and clear, with stars beginning to emerge in the deepening sky. It was the kind of peaceful evening that made Harold grateful for his chosen life. At approximately 8:30 p.m., Harold was making his way across the north field when something caught his eye on the horizon. At first, he thought it might be the lights of a distant aircraft, but the object seemed too low and moved too slowly. As he continued plowing, he kept glancing toward the strange light, watching as it appeared to grow larger and brighter. The light was unlike anything Harold had ever seen. It pulsed with an intense white brilliance that seemed to shift and dance, occasionally flashing with hints of blue and green. What disturbed him most was how it seemed to be moving in his direction, growing steadily larger as the minutes passed. Harold tried to convince himself it was just a helicopter or small plane, but something deep in his gut told him otherwise. As Harold reached the end of his row and began to turn the tractor around, the engine suddenly sputtered and died. This was unusual. The John Deere was well maintained and had never given him trouble before. Harold tried the ignition several times, but the engine wouldn't turn over. Even more strangely, his battery-powered radio, which had been playing country music, went completely silent. That's when Harold noticed the complete absence of sound. The normal evening chorus of crickets and night birds had stopped entirely. Even the wind seemed to have died away, leaving an eerie, unnatural silence that made his skin crawl. The only thing he could hear was his own breathing and the rapid beating of his heart. Looking up from the tractor controls, Harold saw that the mysterious light was now much closer, close enough that he could make out its shape. It wasn't a conventional aircraft at all. The object appeared to be disc-shaped, roughly 60 feet in diameter, with a dome-like structure on top. The entire craft seemed to glow from within, pulsing with that same brilliant white light he'd noticed earlier. The craft moved with impossible smoothness, gliding silently across the sky without any visible means of propulsion. There were no wings, no rotors, no exhaust flames, nothing that Harold could identify as conventional aircraft technology. As he watched in growing terror, the object began to descend, heading directly toward his field. Harold tried desperately to restart his tractor, turning the key frantically and pumping the gas pedal. Nothing happened. The engine remained completely dead, as if all electrical systems had been drained of power. His watch had stopped at 8:47 p.m., and even his cigarette lighter wouldn't produce a flame when he tested it with shaking hands. The craft settled to the ground approximately 200 yards away, landing with such gentleness that Harold couldn't even see it disturb the freshly plowed soil. Up close, he could see that the surface of the object seemed to be made of some kind of metallic material that reflected light in strange ways, sometimes appearing mirror bright, other times seeming to absorb light entirely. For several minutes, nothing happened. Harold sat frozen in his tractor seat, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. The craft simply sat there, its glow pulsing rhythmically like a giant heartbeat. Then, without warning, a section of the craft's lower hull began to glow more brightly, and what appeared to be a ramp or doorway started to open. 3 figures emerged from the craft, and Harold's blood ran cold. They were humanoid in basic shape, but clearly not human. Each stood about 4.5 feet tall, with elongated limbs and oversized heads. Their skin appeared pale gray in the craft's light, and their large, dark eyes seemed to reflect the glow like mirrors. They moved with fluid, coordinated precision toward Harold's tractor. Harold wanted to run, but his legs felt like lead. He wanted to scream, but no sound would come from his throat. As the beings approached, he felt a strange, tingling sensation throughout his body, as if he were being subjected to some kind of electrical field. The air around him seemed to shimmer and distort, making it difficult to focus on the approaching figures. The beings communicated without speaking, and somehow Harold could understand their intentions. They weren't hostile, but they were intensely curious about him and his machine. One of them approached the tractor and began examining it with what appeared to be some kind of scanning device, a small, handheld object that emitted a soft, humming sound. Another being focused its attention on Harold himself. Those large, dark eyes seemed to peer directly into his soul, and Harold felt his memories being accessed and examined like files in a cabinet. He experienced flashes of his own life, childhood memories, his wedding day, the birth of his children, all flowing through his mind as if someone else were reviewing them. The third being collected soil samples from around the tractor, using instruments that Harold couldn't identify. It moved with methodical precision, taking samples from multiple locations and sealing them in small, transparent containers that seemed to glow with their own internal light. The entire examination process felt both thorough and respectful, as if the beings were careful not to damage anything they studied. Time seemed to move strangely during the encounter. Harold felt as if hours had passed, but when he looked at his stopped watch, he realized that no time had elapsed at all. The beings finished their examination and began moving back toward their craft, but before they left, one of them approached Harold directly. Without touching him, the beings somehow communicated a message directly into Harold's mind. The communication wasn't in words, but in concepts and emotions. Harold understood that they meant no harm, that they were simply studying Earth and its inhabitants. He also received the impression that this wasn't their first visit to his farm, and that they had been observing the area for some time. The beings returned to their craft, and the ramp sealed shut with no visible seam. The object began to glow more brightly, and Harold felt the same tingling sensation intensify. Slowly, silently, the craft lifted off the ground, rising straight up without any apparent effort or disturbance to the surrounding air. As the craft ascended, Harold's tractor suddenly roared back to life. His radio crackled back on, his watch resumed ticking, and even his cigarette lighter worked normally again. The natural sounds of the night returned, crickets chirping, wind rustling through the corn stalks, the distant lowing of cattle in the next field. Harold watched the craft disappear into the star-filled sky, its light gradually fading until it was indistinguishable from the other points of light above. He sat in his tractor for nearly an hour, trying to process what had just happened, wondering if anyone would believe his story. The next morning, Harold discovered physical evidence of the encounter. The area where the craft had landed showed a perfect circular depression in the soil, approximately 60 feet in diameter. the circle had been compressed, but not damaged. And strangely, it seemed more fertile than the surrounding soil. Crops planted in that area the following spring grew faster and healthier than anywhere else on the farm. Harold eventually reported his experience to the local sheriff and later to investigators from the Air Force's Project Blue Book. The case was classified as unexplained after investigators found no conventional explanation for the physical evidence or Harold's detailed, consistent testimony. To this day, that circular area of Harold's field remains more fertile than the rest, a permanent reminder of the night when visitors from another world chose to study a simple farmer and his tractor. Harold continued farming that land until his retirement, always watching the skis on clear October evenings, wondering if his mysterious visitors would ever return. Story 12 takes us to rural Montana, where a long-haul trucker's routine delivery became a journey into the impossible. This is the account of Marcus Chen, a veteran driver who thought he'd seen everything the American highways had to offer. He was wrong. Marcus had been driving 18-wheelers for 23 years. He knew every truck stop between Seattle and Denver, every way station, every speed trap. His CB handle was Mountain Eagle, and other drivers respected his knowledge of the roads. He was methodical, punctual, and had never missed a delivery deadline in his entire career. On October 15th, Marcus was hauling electronics from Portland to Billings. It was a familiar route, one he'd driven dozens of times. He'd left Portland at 6 a.m., planning to reach Billings by midnight with his mandatory rest stops factored in. The weather was clear, traffic light, and everything seemed routine. Around 9 p.m., Marcus was driving through a particularly desolate stretch of Highway 200, about 40 miles west of Great Falls. The area was known for its vast emptiness, rolling hills dotted with occasional ranch lights in the distance. He was making good time, humming along to classic rock on the radio, when something caught his attention in his side mirror. A light was following him. At first, Marcus assumed it was another truck, but as he watched, he realized the light was too bright, too steady. It maintained a perfect distance behind his trailer, never getting closer, never falling back. When he slowed down, it slowed down. When he sped up, it matched his speed exactly. Marcus reached for his CB radio. Breaker 19, this is Mountain Eagle. Got a vehicle behind me with some unusual lighting. Anyone else seeing this? The radio crackled with static, but no response came. He tried again, calling out to any drivers in the area, but the airwaves remained eerily silent. The light began to change. What had been a single bright point expanded into multiple lights, arranged in a triangular pattern. They pulsed in sequence, creating a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to sync with Marcus's heartbeat. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white against the worn leather. Then the lights moved. They rose from behind his trailer, ascending until they were level with his cab, then higher still. Marcus craned his neck to look up through his windshield and saw something that defied explanation. A massive triangular craft, easily the size of a football field, hovered silently above the highway. The craft's underside was covered in lights that pulsed with an otherworldly blue-white radiance. Marcus could make out geometric patterns etched into what appeared to be a metallic surface, designs that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury. The silence was the most unsettling part. Something that large should have made noise, should have created wind, but there was nothing. Marcus tried to maintain control of his truck, but his hands were shaking. He reached for his cell phone to call 911, but the screen showed no signal. The radio continued to emit static, and even his GPS display had gone blank. He was completely cut off from the outside world. The craft began to descend, moving lower until it was just above the treetops alongside the highway. Marcus could feel a strange tingling sensation throughout his body, like mild electrical current running through his veins. His vision began to blur around the edges, and he had to fight to keep his eyes focused on the road. That's when he noticed his speedometer. Despite feeling like he was maintaining highway speed, the needle showed he was only doing 15 miles per hour. Time itself seemed to be moving differently. He looked at his dashboard clock, 9:23 p.m. He blinked, and when he looked again, it still read 9:23 p.m. A beam of light suddenly engulfed his truck. It wasn't like a searchlight or spotlight. This light seemed to come from everywhere at once, penetrating the cab, surrounding him in a cocoon of luminescence. Marcus felt his consciousness beginning to fade, like falling asleep, but he fought against it with every ounce of willpower he possessed. The last thing Marcus remembered clearly was seeing figures approaching his truck. They moved with an odd, gliding motion, and though he couldn't make out details through the blinding light, he could sense their presence. Tall, thin shapes that seemed to flow rather than walk. Then everything went white, and his memory simply stopped. Marcus woke up behind the wheel of his truck, parked on the shoulder of Highway 200. Dawn light was filtering through his windshield, and birds were singing in the nearby trees. He sat up with a start, his neck stiff and his head pounding. According to his dashboard clock, it was 6:47 a.m. Confused and disoriented, Marcus tried to piece together what had happened. The last clear memory he had was driving through the night, seeing those strange lights. But now it was morning, and he had no recollection of the intervening hours. He checked his logbook. His last entry was from 9:20 p.m. the previous evening. Marcus started his engine and continued toward Billings, but something felt wrong. His truck seemed different somehow, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. The radio worked normally now, and his cell phone showed full signal strength. It was as if the previous night's technical difficulties had never happened. When he arrived at the delivery point in Billings, the receiving clerk looked puzzled. "You're early," the man said, checking his clipboard. "We weren't expecting you until this afternoon." Marcus checked his paperwork and realized he'd somehow made up time despite the missing hours. The mathematics didn't add up. Over the following days, Marcus began noticing other changes. He had vivid dreams filled with sterile white rooms and strange medical procedures. He would wake up with unexplained marks on his arms, small, perfectly circular indentations that appeared overnight and faded by evening. His appetite changed, and he found himself craving foods he'd never liked before. Most disturbing were the memories that began surfacing in fragments. Images of being in a brightly lit room, unable to move, while tall figures with large dark eyes examined him. He remembered the sensation of floating, of being moved without walking. These weren't dreams. They felt too real, too detailed, too consistent. Marcus tried to research his experience online and discovered he wasn't alone. There were dozens of reports from other drivers who'd experienced similar encounters on remote highways. Missing time, unexplained marks, fragmented memories of medical examinations. The pattern was disturbingly consistent. He attempted to report the incident to authorities, but found little interest or belief. The state police took a report, but filed it under unexplained phenomena, essentially dismissing it. Marcus realized he was on his own in trying to understand what had happened to him during those missing 9 hours. The psychological impact was perhaps the most challenging aspect. Marcus had always prided himself on his reliability, his mental sharpness, his ability to account for every mile and every minute of his driving time. The missing hours represented a fundamental violation of his sense of control and reality. Months later, Marcus still drives the highways, but he's changed. He avoids that particular stretch of Highway 200, taking longer routes that add hours to his delivery times. He keeps detailed logs of his location every 15 minutes, photographing his dashboard clock and GPS display. Other drivers have noticed his new obsession with documentation, but he doesn't care about their opinions. Marcus Chen's experience raises profound questions about the nature of reality and our place in the universe. What happened during those missing 9 hours? Who were the beings that apparently examined him? And perhaps most unsettling of all, how many other people have experienced similar encounters, but lack the memory or courage to speak about them? The missing time continues to haunt Marcus, a gap in his life that represents something far more significant than lost hours. It's a reminder that despite our technology and knowledge, there are still mysteries in this world that we're not prepared to understand. Our 13th story comes from a cattle rancher in Montana, where the vast plains stretch endlessly under star-filled skies. But sometimes, those stars aren't as distant as they appear. Marcus had been running cattle on his family's ranch for over 30 years. He knew every acre of the 4,000 hectares like the back of his weathered hands. He could tell you which pastures flooded in spring, where the best grass grew in summer, and exactly how many head of cattle grazed in each section. That's why he noticed immediately when something was wrong. It started on a Tuesday morning in late September. Marcus was making his usual rounds in his pickup truck, checking on the herds scattered across the northern pastures. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills, and the air carried that crisp bite that promised winter wasn't far behind. As he crested the hill overlooking Meadow Creek, he stopped the truck and reached for his binoculars. The Angus cattle in the lower pasture were behaving strangely. Instead of their usual scattered grazing pattern, they were clustered together in a tight group near the creek, all facing the same direction. Their heads were raised, alert, as if watching something Marcus couldn't see. Even from a distance, he could sense their agitation. Marcus drove down to investigate, his tires crunching on the frost-covered grass. As he approached the herd, the cattle began to move away from him, but not in their usual lazy, meandering way. They moved with purpose, staying bunched together, their eyes wide with what looked like fear. Marcus had never seen his cattle behave this way in 3 decades of ranching. He parked the truck and walked toward the area where the cattle had been gathered. The grass was trampled in a perfect circle, approximately 30 feet in diameter. But it wasn't just flattened, it was burned. The earth beneath was blackened and still warm to the touch, despite the cool morning air. The smell of ozone hung heavy in the air, like the aftermath of a lightning strike, but there had been no storms the night before. Marcus knelt down and examined the burned circle more closely. The pattern was too perfect, too uniform to be natural. The edges were crisp and clean, as if something had pressed down from above with tremendous heat. In the center of the circle, he found something that made his blood run cold, a perfect impression in the scorched earth, shaped like a triangle with rounded corners. Over the next few days, Marcus found 3 more burned circles scattered across different pastures. Each one was identical in size and pattern, each surrounded by agitated cattle that refused to graze in the affected areas. The local veterinarian couldn't explain the animals' behavior, and the county extension agent had never seen anything like the burn patterns. On Friday night, Marcus decided to keep watch. He positioned himself on the hill overlooking the southern pasture, armed with binoculars, a thermos of coffee, and his grandfather's hunting rifle. The night was clear and cold, with a thin crescent moon providing just enough light to see the dark shapes of cattle scattered across the field below. Around 2 in the morning, the cattle began to move. Marcus watched through his binoculars as they slowly gathered into a tight group, just as they had done before. this time, he could see what was causing their distress. A soft, pulsing light was descending from the star-filled sky, growing larger and brighter as it approached the ground. The object was triangular, just like the impressions he'd found in the burned circles. It moved with impossible silence, defying everything Marcus knew about aircraft. As it descended, the cattle below began to emit low, distressed lowing sounds that carried across the still night air. The sound sent chills down Marcus's spine. He'd never heard his animals make such sounds of pure terror. The craft settled just above the pasture, hovering about 10 feet off the ground. Brilliant, white light poured from its underside, illuminating the terrified cattle below. Marcus watched in horror as several of his prize bulls were lifted into the air by invisible forces, their massive bodies floating upward as if weightless. The animals struggled and bellowed, but they couldn't escape whatever force held them. Marcus raised his rifle, but his hands were shaking so badly he couldn't aim. The rational part of his mind told him bullets would be useless against something that could defy gravity, but the protective instinct for his animals was overwhelming. Before he could decide whether to shoot, the craft began to rise, taking 3 of his cattle with it. The triangular object ascended rapidly, becoming a distant point of light before disappearing entirely among the stars. The remaining cattle scattered in all directions, their panicked hooves thundering across the pasture. Marcus sat frozen on the hillside, trying to process what he'd witnessed. 3 of his best breeding bulls, worth over $15,000 each, had just vanished into the night sky. The next morning, Marcus found another burned circle where the craft had hovered. This one was larger than the others, and the triangular impression in the center was deeper, as if the object had pressed down with greater force. The grass in a 50-foot radius around the circle was dead, turned brown overnight, as if drained of all life. Marcus reported the theft to the sheriff. But how do you explain that aliens stole your cattle? The insurance company refused to pay out, claiming there was no evidence of the animals being stolen or killed. The local newspaper ran a small story about mysterious cattle disappearances, but most people assumed Marcus was either lying or had suffered some kind of breakdown. 2 weeks later, the cattle were returned. Marcus found them in the same pasture where they'd been taken, standing in a perfect line near the burned circle. But they were different now. The bulls stood motionless, staring straight ahead with vacant expressions. When Marcus approached, they didn't react at all. No recognition, no fear, nothing. It was as if someone had erased their personalities and left only empty shells. The veterinarian's examination revealed strange markings on each animal, small, precise incisions that had healed with unusual speed. Blood tests showed elevated levels of unknown compounds in their systems. Most disturbing of all, the bulls were no longer fertile. Whatever had been done to them during their 2-week absence had left them permanently sterile. Marcus tried to integrate the returned cattle back into his herd, but the other animals wouldn't go near them. The three bulls stood apart, isolated and ignored by their former companions. They ate mechanically, moved without purpose, and never made a sound. It was as if they were no longer truly alive, just biological machines going through the motions of existence. The burned circles remained visible for months, dark scars on the landscape that grass refused to grow over. Marcus eventually had to fence off the areas to prevent his remaining cattle from accidentally wandering into them. Even now, 5 years later, nothing will grow in those spots. The earth itself seems to remember what happened there. Marcus still runs his ranch, but he's never been the same. He installed security cameras and motion sensors throughout his property, but they've never captured anything unusual. The triangular craft hasn't returned, at least not that he's seen. But sometimes, on clear nights when the stars are bright, he notices his cattle gathering in tight groups, their heads raised to the sky, watching and waiting. The 3 returned bulls lived for another year before dying of unknown causes. Marcus buried them in the far pasture, but he's never forgotten the empty look in their eyes, the look of creatures that had been somewhere no earthly animal should ever go, and had returned fundamentally changed by the experience. As we drift deeper into the night, remember that even in the most remote places on Earth, we are never truly alone. The vast skies above hold mysteries that challenge everything we think we know about our place in the universe. Story 14 takes us to the remote mountains of Colorado, where a family camping trip becomes a nightmare of surveillance and terror. Sarah Mitchell thought she was giving her teenage children the perfect wilderness experience. Instead, she discovered that sometimes the most isolated places offer no escape from those who watch from above. The Mitchell family had been planning their camping trip to the San Juan Mountains for months. Sarah, a single mother of 2, wanted to reconnect with her children away from the constant buzz of technology and city life. Her daughter Emma, 16, and son Jake, 14, had initially protested leaving their phones behind, but Sarah insisted this would be a true digital detox. They set up camp in a secluded valley, miles from the nearest hiking trail. The area was so remote that their GPS had lost signal an hour before they reached their destination. Sarah felt a sense of accomplishment as they pitched their tents beside a crystal-clear mountain stream, surrounded by towering pines and granite peaks. The first day passed perfectly. They hiked, fished, and sat around their campfire sharing stories as the sun set behind the mountains. Emma and Jake seemed to be genuinely enjoying themselves, their usual teenage complaints replaced by laughter and genuine conversation. Sarah felt like she had succeeded in creating the bonding experience she'd hoped for. It was on the second night that things began to change. Sarah woke around 2 in the morning to what it sounded like a distant helicopter. The rhythmic thrum of rotors echoed off the valley walls, growing steadily louder. She unzipped her tent and peered out into the darkness, but saw nothing except stars scattered across the clear mountain sky. The sound circled their camp for nearly 20 minutes before fadding away. Sarah assumed it was a medical evacuation or search and rescue operation, though she wondered what emergency could have brought a helicopter to such a remote location in the middle of the night. She fell back asleep, dismissing the incident as coincidence. The next morning, Emma mentioned hearing the helicopter too. It sounded like it was right over our camp, she said, stirring the coals of their breakfast fire. Why would a helicopter be flying around here at night? Sarah didn't have an answer, but she noticed Jake seemed unusually quiet and kept glancing up at the sky. That evening, as they prepared dinner, the helicopter returned. This time it arrived just as the sun was setting, and they could see it clearly, a large, dark aircraft with no visible markings. It hovered at the edge of their valley, seeming to observe them. Sarah waved, thinking it might be park rangers checking on campers, but the helicopter didn't respond. "Mom, that's weird," Emma said, shading her eyes to get a better look. "Why isn't it landing if they want to talk to us?" The helicopter maintained its position for several minutes, then slowly moved in a wide circle around their camp before disappearing over the ridge. Jake had grown increasingly agitated throughout the day. He kept insisting they should pack up and leave, claiming he had a bad feeling about the area. Sarah attributed his anxiety to teenage moodiness, but she was beginning to feel uneasy herself. The helicopter's behavior seemed more like surveillance than any official check-in. That night, Sarah made sure their fire was completely extinguished and instructed the kids to keep their flashlights off unless absolutely necessary. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, and she didn't want to make themselves more visible than necessary. Around midnight, the helicopter returned, but this time it was different. The usual sound of rotors was absent. The aircraft moved in complete silence, visible only as a dark shape blocking out stars as it passed overhead. Sarah's blood ran cold as she realized this was impossible. Helicopters couldn't fly without making noise. The silent aircraft hovered directly above their camp for what felt like hours. Sarah could see a faint blue light emanating from its underside, casting eerie shadows through the trees. She wanted to wake the children, but something told her to remain perfectly still, as if moving might draw unwanted attention. Emma stirred in her sleeping bag and whispered, "Mom, do you see that?" Sarah reached over and squeezed her daughter's hand, signaling her to stay quiet. Through the thin nylon of their tent, they watched the blue light grow brighter, creating geometric patterns that seemed to shift and pulse with deliberate intelligence. Jake's tent suddenly went dark, and Sarah realized the blue light was focusing on his location. Panic flooded through her as she heard a low humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The sound wasn't mechanical, it was organic, almost like singing, but in frequencies that made her teeth ache. "Jake," Sarah whispered urgently, but there was no response from his tent. The humming grew louder, and she could see his tent beginning to glow from within. Without thinking, she unzipped her tent and crawled toward her son, Emma close behind her. Jake's tent was empty, his sleeping bag still warm but unoccupied. Above them, the silent helicopter had descended to just above the treetops, its blue light now blindingly bright. Sarah grabbed Emma's hand and ran toward the tree line, her maternal instincts overriding her terror. They hid behind a massive pine tree, watching in horror as the light began to retract upward like a liquid beam. Within that beam, Sarah could see Jake's silhouette, motionless and suspended 20 feet above the ground. She screamed his name, but the sound seemed to be absorbed by the humming that now filled the entire valley. Emma was sobbing beside her, clutching her mother's arm. "What's happening to Jake? Mom, what's happening?" Sarah had no answer. She watched helplessly as her son was drawn higher into the aircraft, the blue light growing dimmer as it retracted. The helicopter, or whatever it truly was, began to rise, carrying Jake with it. Sarah broke from her hiding place and ran into the clearing, screaming and waving her arms. "Bring him back. Please, bring him back." But the craft continued its silent ascent until it disappeared beyond the mountain peaks. Sarah and Emma spent the rest of the night huddled together, afraid to return to their camp. When dawn finally broke, they found Jake's tent exactly as they'd left it. But there was something else, a perfect circle of dead grass surrounding the spot where the light had been strongest. The vegetation hadn't just died, it had been completely drained of color, leaving behind gray, brittle stalks. They packed frantically and hiked out of the valley, Sarah's mind reeling with disbelief and desperation. How could she explain to authorities that her son had been taken by a silent helicopter that defied the laws of physics? Who would believe such an impossible story? At the ranger station, Sarah tried to report Jake as missing, but her account of the silent aircraft and the blue light was met with skeptical looks and suggestions that she might be suffering from altitude sickness or stress. A search team was organized, but they found no trace of Jake or any evidence of aircraft activity in the area. 3 days later, Jake was found walking along a highway 30 miles from their campsite, wearing the same clothes, but unable to remember how he'd gotten there. Medical examinations revealed no signs of injury or trauma, but Jake insisted he had no memory of the time between falling asleep in his tent and waking up on the roadside. In the weeks that followed, Jake began experiencing strange symptoms. He would wake up with nosebleeds and complain of persistent headaches. More disturbing were the drawings he began creating detailed sketches of the interior of some kind of aircraft, filled with symbols and geometric patterns that seemed to match the lights they'd seen that night. Sarah took Jake to specialists, but no one could explain his symptoms or the remarkable detail in his drawings. The boy insisted he didn't remember creating them, claiming he would find them on his desk in the morning, with no recollection of drawing them during the night. The family never returned to the mountains, but Sarah often found herself scanning the night sky, searching for any sign of the silent helicopter. She knew that whatever had taken her son that night had left him changed, marked by an experience that existed beyond the boundaries of normal reality. Sometimes, late at night, she would hear Jake talking in his sleep, speaking in a language she didn't recognize, his voice carrying the same rhythmic patterns as the humming they'd heard in the valley. And somewhere in the darkness above, she knew something was listening, waiting for the right moment to return. Marcus had always been skeptical of the unexplained. As a meteorologist for the National Weather Service, he dealt in facts, data, and measurable phenomena. So when his neighbor called at dawn, breathless with excitement about strange patterns in his wheat field, Marcus expected to find nothing more than wind damage, or perhaps a prank by local teenagers. The September morning air was crisp as Marcus drove down the dirt road toward the Henderson farm. Mist clung to the rolling hills of rural Iowa, and the rising sun painted the landscape in shades of gold and amber. He'd known Bill Henderson for 15 years, ever since moving to this quiet farming community outside Cedar Rapids. Bill was practical, hardworking, and not given to flights of fancy. But as Marcus crested the hill overlooking Henderson's property, his coffee mug slipped from his fingers, shattering against the truck's floorboard. Below him, carved into the 20-acre wheat field with mathematical precision, was a pattern unlike anything he'd ever seen. Concentric circles spiraled outward from a central point, connected by perfectly straight lines that formed geometric shapes within shapes. The wheat wasn't broken or trampled. It was bent at the base, swirled in directions that seemed to follow an invisible current. Marcus parked beside Henderson's farmhouse and found the older man standing at the edge of his field, hat in his hands, staring at the formation with a mixture of wonder and fear. "Morning, Marcus," Henderson said without turning around. "Thanks for coming out. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear this wasn't here yesterday evening when I checked the irrigation." Walking into the formation, Marcus felt his scientific skepticism wavering. The precision was extraordinary, each circle perfectly round, each line ruler straight. The wheat stalks were bent, but not broken, curved at impossible angles without snapping. He knelt to examine the plants more closely, running his fingers along the bent stems. They felt warm to the touch, warmer than the surrounding wheat that stood upright. "Bill, did you hear anything last night? See any lights?" Marcus asked, pulling out his phone to document the phenomenon. Henderson shook his head slowly. That's the strange part. Went to bed around 10:30, same as always. Slept like a baby. But now that you mention it, the dogs were acting peculiar yesterday evening. Wouldn't come out of their kennels, kept whining and packing. As Marcus photographed the formation from various angles, he noticed other anomalies. His phone's GPS kept flickering, unable to maintain a steady signal. The compass app spun wildly, unable to find magnetic north. Even more disturbing, the electromagnetic field detector he'd brought from the weather station was registering readings he'd never seen before, pulsing waves of energy that seemed to emanate from the center of the largest circle. By noon, word had spread through the small farming community. Neighbors arrived in pickup trucks and SUVs, parking along the road to gawk at the mysterious formation. Marcus found himself fielding questions he couldn't answer, his meteorological expertise useless in the face of this phenomenon. A local news crew arrived, followed by what appeared to be government officials in dark suits, who cordoned off the area and began their own investigation. That evening, Marcus returned to his own farm, his mind racing with possibilities. He'd taken soil samples, measured radiation levels, and documented every aspect of the formation he could think of. But none of his scientific instruments could explain what he'd witnessed. As darkness fell, he sat on his porch, staring across the fields toward Henderson's property, where spotlights now illuminated the crop circle. Around midnight, Marcus was startled awake by a sound he couldn't identify. A low, rhythmic humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He stepped outside, and his breath caught in his throat. Above Henderson's field, a massive disc-shaped object hovered silently, its surface covered in pulsing lights that cast an eerie glow across the landscape. The humming grew louder, resonating in his chest like the bass notes of some cosmic organ. Marcus grabbed his binoculars and watched in fascination as beams of light extended from the craft, scanning the crop circle below. The wheat in the formation began to glow with the same pulsing rhythm as the lights on the object. Then, without warning, a brilliant white beam engulfed Marcus where he stood. His last conscious thought was wondering if this was how the formation had really been created. When Marcus regained consciousness, he was lying in his wheat field, but something was wrong. The sun was rising, but it was rising in the wrong direction. His watch had stopped at 12:47 a.m., but the light suggested it was dawn. Confused and disoriented, he stumbled back toward his house, noticing that his wheat field now bore its own crop circle, smaller than Henderson's, but equally precise. Inside his house, Marcus discovered that 3 days had passed. His answering machine was full of increasingly frantic messages from his supervisor at the weather service, from Henderson, and from his sister in Des Moines. But Marcus had no memory of those missing days. Medical tests revealed nothing unusual except for a small, perfectly circular mark behind his left ear a mark that hadn't been there before. In the weeks that followed, Marcus's life changed dramatically. His weather predictions became uncannily accurate, as if he could sense atmospheric changes before his instruments detected them. He found himself waking at night with complex mathematical equations in his head, formulas that, when he researched them, related to advanced physics concepts he'd never studied. Most disturbing of all, he began receiving what he could only describe as transmissions, brief flashes of images and information that felt foreign yet familiar. The government officials who had investigated Henderson's crop circle returned to question Marcus about his own formation. They seemed particularly interested in the missing 3 days, subjecting him to hours of interviews and medical examinations. But Marcus told them nothing about the craft he'd seen, the beam of light, or the strange new abilities he developed. Some instinct warned him that sharing this information would lead to consequences he wasn't prepared to face. Henderson's crop circle gradually faded as the wheat was harvested, but Marcus's formation remained visible even after the grain was cut. The bent stalks had somehow fused into their new positions, creating a permanent pattern in his field. Local investigators and curiosity seekers continued to visit, taking measurements and samples, but none could explain the phenomenon. 6 months later, Marcus made a discovery that chilled him to the bone. While researching historical records at the county library, he found newspaper accounts of similar crop circles appearing in the area every 23 years, going back over a century. Each incident was accompanied by reports of missing time, strange lights, and witnesses who claimed to have gained unusual abilities afterward. The pattern was unmistakable, and Marcus realized he was part of something much larger than a single, unexplained event. As our 15th tale draws to close, Marcus continues his work as a meteorologist, but he knows he's been forever changed by that September morning. The crop circle in his field serves as a constant reminder that we share our world with intelligences beyond our understanding. And sometimes, late at night, he still hears that cosmic humming, calling to him across the vast darkness of space, promising answers to questions he's only beginning to formulate. Margaret Chen had always been a light sleeper, but lately something was different. For 3 weeks straight, she'd been waking at exactly 3:17 a.m., her heart racing with inexplicable dread. The digital clock's red numbers seemed to burn into her retinas as she lay paralyzed in her Chicago apartment, listening to sounds that shouldn't exist. It started as a gentle humming, almost musical, drifting through her 7th-floor window. At first, she dismissed it as city noise, perhaps construction equipment or late-night traffic. But the frequency was wrong, too pure and sustained to be mechanical. It resonated through her bones, making her teeth ache and her vision blur around the edges. Margaret worked as a sound engineer for a local radio station, so she knew acoustics. This wasn't normal. The humming seemed to originate from multiple directions simultaneously, creating impossible harmonics that defied physics. She tried recording it on her phone, but the audio came back as static-filled silence. On the 22nd night, the humming stopped abruptly at 3:19 a.m., replaced by something far worse, footsteps on her fire escape. Slow, deliberate steps that seemed too light for human feet, yet somehow left metallic echoes against the iron grating. Margaret's apartment faced an alley with no ground access to the fire escape. No one should be able to reach it. She crept to her bedroom window, careful not to disturb the blinds. Through the narrow gap, she saw a shadow moving past her kitchen window, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at wrong angles. The silhouette paused, and Margaret could swear it turned toward her hiding spot, though she couldn't make out any features in the darkness. The next morning, she found scratches on her kitchen window, long, parallel marks that looked almost like claw marks, but too precise and evenly spaced. When she mentioned it to her landlord, he looked at her strangely and reminded her that the fire escape had been condemned and partially removed 2 years ago. There was no way anyone could access her 7th floor windows from outside. That night, Margaret set up a camera pointed at her bedroom door and another at the kitchen window. She also placed motion sensors throughout the apartment, determined to capture evidence of whatever was happening. As 3:17 a.m. approached, she lay in bed with her laptop open, watching the camera feeds. The humming began right on schedule, but this time it seemed to come from inside her walls. The sound was so intense that her coffee mug on the nightstand began to vibrate, creating tiny ripples on the water's surface. On her laptop screen, she watched in horror as the motion sensors began triggering in sequence. First the living room, then the hallway, then right outside her bedroom door. But the cameras showed nothing, just empty rooms and hallways, yet the sensors continued their silent alarm. Margaret's breath came in short gasps as she realized something was moving through her apartment, invisible to the cameras, but solid enough to trigger motion detection. The bedroom door handle began to turn slowly, though no hand was visible touching it. Margaret squeezed her eyes shut, hoping it was all a nightmare, but the humming grew louder, now accompanied by a sound like whispers in a language she'd never heard. The whispers seemed to come from right beside her ear, though she could see nothing when she opened her eyes. Her laptop screen flickered, showing brief flashes of impossible images, vast spaces filled with geometric structures and beings of pure light. Then the whispers became clearer, forming words in her mind rather than her ears. They spoke of observation, of study, of her being chosen for something she couldn't comprehend. The voice explained that they had been watching her for months, drawn by her unique sensitivity to their frequency signatures. Her work with sound had somehow made her perceptible to their presence. Margaret felt a strange, tingling sensation spreading through her body, starting at her fingertips and moving inward. Her vision began to change, colors becoming more vivid, while new spectrums appeared at the edges of her sight. She could suddenly see them, 3 tall figures standing around her bed, their forms shifting between solid matter and pure energy. They communicated without words now, downloading information directly into her consciousness. They showed her images of their world, a place where sound and light were the same thing, where beings existed as living frequencies rather than physical forms. They had been studying Earth's acoustic environment, and Margaret's sensitivity made her an ideal liaison. The beings explained that they meant no harm, but their very presence was incompatible with human physiology. Prolonged contact would begin altering her molecular structure, allowing her to perceive their reality, but potentially severing her connection to the physical world. They offered her a choice: return to her normal life with no memory of this encounter, or join them in exploring the acoustic dimensions beyond human perception. Margaret felt herself being lifted, though her body remained on the bed. Her consciousness seemed to separate, floating upward through layers of reality she never knew existed. She could hear the music of the spheres, the harmonic frequencies that held the universe together. It was beautiful beyond description, but terrifyingly alien. In that moment of transcendence, she understood that accepting their offer meant leaving humanity behind forever. She would become something new, something that could exist between dimensions, but never again belong to either. The choice had to be made now, as her molecular structure was already beginning to shift. Margaret thought of her life, her job, her friends, her sister, who called every Sunday. Simple human connections that suddenly seemed infinitely precious. With tremendous effort, she pulled her consciousness back into her physical form and whispered a single word: no. The beings seemed to understand. The humming gradually faded, and the strange tingling sensation receded from her body. As promised, her memories began to blur, the incredible experience dissolving like a dream upon waking. The last thing she remembered was a feeling of profound sadness, not her own, but from the beings who had hoped she might bridge the gap between their worlds. Margaret woke the next morning with no memory of the night's events, but something had changed. Her hearing had become incredibly acute, able to detect frequencies far beyond normal human range. At work, she could hear conversations through soundproof walls and pick up radio signals without equipment. Sometimes, late at night, she still heard faint traces of that otherworldly humming, but it no longer frightened her. She never discovered the truth of what happened that night, but occasionally she would find herself staring at the stars with an inexplicable sense of longing. Deep in her subconscious, a part of her remembered the choice she had made and wondered what wonders she had given up to remain human. The midnight visitor left her changed, carrying a fragment of cosmic knowledge she could never fully access, but would never completely lose. The autumn of 1987 brought an unusual silence to the Hendricks farmhouse in rural Nebraska. What neighbors thought was simply another family moving away would soon reveal itself as something far more sinister. This is the story of what really happened to the Hendricks family and why their farmhouse remains empty to this day. Margaret Hendricks had lived on that farm for 37 years, raising 4 children with her husband Robert until his passing in 1985. At 62, she was known throughout the county as a woman who could handle anything life threw at her. She'd survived the Dust Bowl stories her parents told, weathered economic downturns, and kept the farm running even after Robert's heart attack. But nothing had prepared her for what began happening in September of 1987. It started with the animals. Margaret's livestock had always been healthy, well cared for creatures that followed predictable routines. The chickens would roost at sunset. The cattle would gather near the barn for evening feeding, and her old dog Rex would bark at anything unusual. But suddenly, everything changed. The chickens refused to leave their coop, huddling together in terrified clusters, even during broad daylight. The cattle would stand in the far corner of the pasture, all facing the same direction, staring at something in the sky that Margaret couldn't see. Rex, who had been her faithful companion for 8 years, began displaying the most disturbing behavior of all. Every night around 11 p.m., he would start whimpering and scratching at the basement door. His fur would stand on end, and he'd tremble as if sensing some invisible threat. Margaret tried to comfort him, but Rex seemed to be responding to something beyond her perception. She began to notice that during these episodes, an unusual silence would fall over the entire farm. No crickets, no night birds, no rustling of leaves in the wind. Just an oppressive, unnatural quiet that made her skin crawl. The first direct encounter happened on October 3rd, 1987. Margaret had gone to bed early, exhausted from a day of trying to coax her frightened animals back to normal behavior. She was awakened around midnight by a brilliant light streaming through her bedroom window. At first, she assumed it was a neighbor's spotlight, or perhaps a police car. But the light was too bright, too white, and it seemed to pulse with an otherworldly rhythm. When she looked outside, Margaret saw something that defied explanation. Hovering approximately 50 feet above her cornfield was a massive, disc-shaped object. It was perfectly silent, rotating slowly as beams of light swept across her property in systematic patterns. The craft appeared to be metallic, with a surface that seemed to shift and ripple like liquid mercury. Margaret stood at her window, paralyzed not by fear, but by a strange compulsion to keep watching. She felt drawn to the object, as if it were calling to her on some subconscious level. As she watched, several smaller lights detached from the main craft and began moving toward her house. These lights moved with purpose and intelligence, examining her barn, her vehicles, and finally approaching the farmhouse itself. Margaret tried to step away from the window, but found that her body wouldn't respond to her commands. She could only stand there, watching as one of the lights hovered directly outside her bedroom window, seeming to study her with the same intensity that she was studying it. The next thing Margaret remembered was waking up in her bed at dawn, fully clothed and lying on top of the covers. Her mouth was dry, her head ached, and she had a strange metallic taste that lingered for hours. More disturbing was the discovery that 12 hours had passed, though she could only remember watching the lights for what felt like minutes. When she went outside to check on her animals, she found them all dead. Every chicken, every cow, even Rex, all lying peacefully as if they had simply gone to sleep and never woken up. Margaret called the veterinarian, Dr. Peterson, who had been caring for her animals for over a decade. When he arrived and examined the carcasses, his confusion was evident. There were no signs of disease, no injuries, no indication of poisoning or trauma. The animals appeared to have died simultaneously, their bodies showing no decomposition despite having been dead for hours. Dr. Peterson took tissue samples for analysis, but the results would only deepen the mystery. The lab found cellular damage consistent with massive radiation exposure. Yet Margaret showed no signs of radiation sickness. Word of the mass animal death spread quickly through the rural community, bringing unwanted attention to Margaret's farm. Local reporters arrived, followed by investigators from various government agencies who claimed to be studying unusual livestock deaths. These men in dark suits asked probing questions about what Margaret had seen, but she instinctively knew not to mention the craft or the lights. Something in their manner suggested they already knew more than they were letting on. The visits from the officials became more frequent and more intrusive. They would arrive unannounced, searching her property and asking the same questions repeatedly. Margaret began to feel like a prisoner in her own home. She installed new locks, but somehow the investigators always seemed to have keys. She would find evidence of their presence, even when she was certain she had been alone. Furniture would be moved slightly, drawers would be left partially open, and her telephone would make strange clicking sounds during conversations. 3 weeks after the animal deaths, Margaret experienced her second encounter. She was awakened by the same brilliant light, but this time it was accompanied by a low, thrumming sound that seemed to vibrate through her bones. The light was coming from directly above her house, and when she looked up through her skylight, she could see the outline of the same massive craft. But this time, she wasn't paralyzed. This time, she could move, and every instinct told her to run. Margaret grabbed her car keys and rushed to her pickup truck, but the engine wouldn't start. The radio produced only static, and her flashlight flickered weakly before dying completely. The thrumming sound grew louder, and she realized that the light was getting brighter, as if the craft was descending. Panic overtook her as she ran back toward the house, but she never made it to the door. The last thing she remembered was turning to look back at the craft and seeing figures silhouetted against the brilliant light. Figures that were definitely not human. Margaret's next memory was of waking up 3 days later in a hospital bed in Lincoln, Nebraska, over 60 miles from her farm. She had been found by a passing motorist, walking along a rural highway in her nightgown, confused and dehydrated. The doctor said she was suffering from exposure and possible head trauma, though they couldn't find any physical injuries. Margaret tried to explain what had happened, but the medical staff attributed her story to delirium caused by her ordeal. When Margaret was finally released from the hospital, her daughter Linda drove her back to the farm to collect her belongings. What they found defied explanation. The farmhouse was completely empty, not just of people, but of everything. All of Margaret's furniture, her personal belongings, her photographs, even the appliances, were gone. The house had been stripped bare, down to the light fixtures and outlet covers, but there were no signs of forced entry, no tire tracks from moving trucks, no indication of how everything had been removed. The local sheriff's investigation turned up nothing. There were no records of any moving company being hired, no witnesses to any unusual activity at the farm, and no explanation for how an entire household's worth of belongings could vanish without a trace. The government investigators who had been so interested in Margaret's case suddenly became unavailable for comment. Their agencies claimed no knowledge of any investigation at the Hendricks farm. Margaret never returned to live at the farmhouse. She moved in with Linda and tried to rebuild her life, but she was never the same. She would wake up screaming from nightmares she couldn't remember, and she developed an intense fear of open spaces and night skis. Medical examinations revealed that she had developed a rare form of anemia and showed signs of cellular damage similar to what had been found in her animals. Doctors were baffled by her condition, which seemed to worsen over time despite treatment. The empty farmhouse became a source of local legend and fear. Neighbors reported seeing strange lights hovering over the property on clear nights, and several people claimed to have seen figures moving through the empty rooms, visible through the windows, despite the house having no electricity. The property was eventually sold to a development company, but construction crews refused to work there after equipment malfunctioned repeatedly, and workers reported feeling watched by unseen presences. Margaret Hendricks passed away in 1994, taking most of her secrets with her. But in her final days, she confided to Linda that she remembered more than she had ever told anyone. She spoke of being taken aboard the craft, of medical examinations conducted by beings with large, dark eyes and pale, elongated limbs. She described rooms filled with other humans, all in various states of consciousness, all bearing the same look of confused terror that she knew must have been on her own face. Most disturbing of all, Margaret claimed that the beings had shown her images of Earth from space, images that revealed the true scope of their activities. She spoke of vast underground facilities, of humans being studied and catalogued like specimens in some cosmic laboratory. She believed that her farm had been chosen as a collection point, and that she had witnessed something she was never meant to survive. The Hendricks farmhouse stands empty to this day, a monument to questions that may never be answered. Local teenagers dare each other to spend nights in the abandoned building, but few make it until dawn. Those who do report the same phenomena that plagued Margaret Hendricks: the oppressive silence, the sense of being watched, and the occasional glimpse of lights in the sky that seem to be searching for something or someone they left behind. Our 18th story comes from Alina, a marine biologist who encountered something impossible during what should have been a routine research expedition off the coast of Maine. The fog that rolled in that October morning wasn't just unusual, it was alive, and it brought visitors from somewhere far beyond our world. Alina had been studying marine ecosystems for over 15 years, but she'd never seen anything like the fog bank that appeared on the horizon that morning. It stretched across the entire visible ocean, a wall of gray-white mist that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. Her research vessel, the Meridian, was 3 miles offshore when the fog began moving toward them with unnatural speed. The first sign something was wrong came from their instruments. The sonar began picking up massive objects beneath the surface, shapes too large and too geometric to be whales or any known marine life. The radar showed the fog approaching at nearly 40 knots, far faster than any natural weather phenomenon. Alina's crew of 4 grew increasingly nervous as the temperature dropped 20 degrees in minutes. When the fog finally engulfed their vessel, the world became a cocoon of silence. The ocean, which had been choppy with 3-foot swells, became perfectly still. The engine died without warning, and their radio produced only static. Alina noticed the fog itself seemed to glow with a faint blue-green phosphorescence, like bioluminescent plankton, but far more intense. That's when they heard the humming. It started as a low vibration they felt in their bones, then grew into a harmonic frequency that seemed to resonate through the water itself. Alina's equipment began registering electromagnetic anomalies, unlike anything in her experience. The compass spun wildly, and their GPS showed their location as somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Through the fog, shapes began to emerge. At first, Alina thought they were seeing other vessels, dark silhouettes, moving with purpose through the mist. But as the shapes drew closer, she realized they were nothing human-made. They were perfectly spherical, roughly the size of city buses, and they moved through the air as easily as submarines through water. The spheres surrounded the Meridian, hovering just above the surface. Alina counted at least 12 of them, their surfaces smooth and reflective like polished obsidian. As they watched in terrified fascination, panels began opening on the nearest sphere, revealing a soft, pulsing light from within. The humming grew louder, and Alina felt a strange pulling sensation, as if the air itself was drawing her toward the craft. her crew members began acting strangely. Marcus, her research assistant, stood up and walked to the rail without a word. His eyes were wide and unfocused, staring at the nearest sphere with an expression of profound longing. Alina tried to call out to him, but found her own voice caught in her throat. The humming had become hypnotic, and she felt her consciousness beginning to drift. The next thing Alina remembered was waking up in what appeared to be a vast underwater chamber. The walls were transparent, offering a view of the ocean floor far below. Bioluminescent creatures she'd never seen before drifted past the walls, jellyfish the size of cars with crystalline tentacles, and schools of fish that seemed to be made of living light. She wasn't alone. Her entire crew was there, along with dozens of other people she didn't recognize. They were all lying on smooth, curved surfaces that seemed to mold themselves to their bodies. Alina tried to move, but found herself held in place by some invisible force. The air was breathable, but tasted of ozone and something metallic. The beings that had taken them were unlike anything from Earth. They stood nearly 8 feet tall, with elongated limbs that seemed to bend in impossible ways. Their skin was translucent, revealing a network of veins that pulsed with the same blue-green light as the fog. They had no faces as humans understood them, just smooth surfaces where features should be, with patches that occasionally flickered with patterns of light. Alina realized they were communicating through these light patterns. The beings moved between the captured humans with fluid grace, occasionally touching someone's forehead with appendages that seemed to shift between solid and liquid states. When they touched Alina, she felt a flood of images and sensations that weren't her own. She saw Earth from space, but not as it appeared in any photograph. This Earth was covered in a network of energy lines that pulsed with life, connecting every living thing in a vast web of consciousness. She saw the oceans as they truly were, not empty expanses of water, but highways traveled by beings from distant worlds. The fog, she understood, was a transportation medium, a way of moving between dimensions. The beings showed her their purpose. They were researchers, much like herself, studying the intersection of consciousness and marine ecosystems. Earth's oceans served as a kind of laboratory where they could observe how life adapted and evolved under specific conditions. Humans were just one of many species they monitored, though they found human consciousness particularly fascinating. Alina learned that the abductions weren't random. They selected individuals whose work brought them into contact with the ocean's deeper mysteries, marine biologists, deep-sea fishermen, lighthouse keepers. These people had already begun to sense the presence of something beyond normal understanding. The beings were simply making contact with those who were ready to comprehend their existence. Time seemed to work differently in the underwater facility. Alina felt as though she'd been there for days, participating in experiments that involved her consciousness being merged temporarily with various marine creatures. She experienced the world through the sensory organs of a whale, felt the electrical fields that sharks use to navigate, and witnessed the complex social structures of dolphin pods. The most profound experience came when they connected her consciousness to the ocean itself. For a brief moment, Alina felt every drop of water on Earth as part of a single, vast organism. She understood that the planet's water cycle was more than just evaporation and precipitation. It was a circulatory system for a living entity of unimaginable complexity. When the beings finally returned them to their vessel, Alina found herself back on the deck of the Meridian. The fog was dissipating, revealing a normal October morning. Her crew was unconscious, but breathing, and their instruments showed they were exactly where they'd been when the fog first appeared. According to their chronometers, only 20 minutes had passed. But Alina knew better. She could feel the changes in her perception, the way she now noticed patterns in the water that had been invisible before. Her crew members reported strange dreams about underwater cities and beings of light, but they dismissed these as stress-induced hallucinations. Only Alina retained clear memories of what had actually happened. In the weeks that followed, Alina's research took on new dimensions. She began detecting anomalies in marine behavior that suggested intelligence far beyond what science currently recognized. Whales began approaching her research vessel with what seemed like deliberate intent, and she started noticing geometric patterns in the movement of fish schools that defied natural explanation. Alina continues her work today, but she's no longer studying just marine biology. She's documenting evidence of an intelligence that spans the globe's oceans, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself to humanity. The fog still appears occasionally, and when it does, Alina makes sure to be somewhere else. She's learned what she needed to learn, and she suspects the beings know she's become their unofficial ambassador to the human scientific community. Her story raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and our place in the cosmic order. If Alina's experience was real, then our oceans are far from the empty wilderness we imagine them to be. They're highways for intelligences that have been observing us for millennia, waiting for us to evolve enough to join a larger community of conscious beings. Our 19th tale takes us to the rolling hills of Washington State, where apple orchards stretch endlessly under vast skis. In 1987, the Henderson family owned 300 acres of prime farmland, their trees heavy with fruit each autumn. But something else was harvesting from their orchard that year, something that left no trace except terror. Marcus Henderson had worked the land for 23 years, following in his father's footsteps. He knew every tree, every path through the neat rows of apple varieties. His wife Sarah managed the farm stand, while their teenage son Jake helped with the heavy work after school. It was a simple life, peaceful and predictable, until the lights began appearing. The first sighting came on a crisp October evening. Marcus was doing his final walkthrough of the orchard, checking for signs of early frost damage. The sun had set hours ago, leaving only starlight to guide his way between the trees. He was examining a particularly heavy-laden honeycrisp when a soft humming filled the air. At first, Marcus thought it might be power lines, but the nearest electrical wires were half a mile away. The sound grew stronger, a low thrumming that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then he saw the light moving between the trees, about 50 yards deeper into the orchard. It wasn't the harsh beam of a flashlight or the warm glow of a lantern. This light pulsed with an ethereal blue-white radiance that made the apple leaves shimmer like silver. Marcus called out, thinking it might be trespassers or teenagers playing pranks. His voice echoed strangely in the still air, but received no response. The light continued its slow drift between the tree rows, never quite revealing its source. When Marcus tried to follow, moving as quietly as possible through the fallen leaves, the light always seemed to stay just beyond his reach. After 20 minutes of this strange pursuit, the light simply vanished. One moment it was there, casting its otherworldly glow on the bark and branches. The next moment, the orchard was plunged back into natural darkness. The humming stopped abruptly, leaving Marcus alone with the sound of his own rapid breathing and the distant call of night birds. He told Sarah about the incident over breakfast the next morning, describing the peculiar light and the haunting sound. She listened with growing concern, not because she doubted his story, but because she had her own strange experience to share. While Marcus was in the orchard, she had been in their kitchen, preparing tomorrow's lunch, when every electronic device in the house began acting erratically. The television flickered between channels on its own, displaying bursts of static mixed with images that seemed to come from nowhere. The radio cycled through stations, picking up fragments of conversations in languages she didn't recognize. Even the digital clock on the microwave spun through numbers wildly before going completely dark. The episode lasted exactly as long as Marcus's encounter with the mysterious light. For the next week, the Henderson family tried to convince themselves it had been a one-time occurrence. Perhaps a military aircraft had been conducting night exercises, or there had been some kind of atmospheric phenomenon. But deep down, they all knew they were grasping for rational explanations that didn't quite fit what they had experienced. The lights returned on a moonless Thursday night. This time, Jake was the first to notice them. He had been in his room doing homework when movement outside his window caught his attention. 3 distinct lights were weaving between the apple trees, moving in perfect synchronization like dancers, following an unheard melody. Each light pulsed with that same blue-white radiance his father had described. Jake called for his parents, and all 3 of them watched from the upstairs window as the lights performed their mysterious ballet. The orchard was completely silent. No humming this time, just the ethereal glow moving with purpose through their carefully tended rows. Sarah grabbed their video camera, but when she tried to record, the device wouldn't function properly. The screen showed only distorted images and rolling lines of interference. Marcus decided to investigate more aggressively this time. He grabbed a powerful flashlight and headed outside, determined to get closer to whatever was creating the phenomenon. Sarah and Jake watched from the window as his flashlight beam cut through the darkness, following the mysterious lights deeper into the orchard. What happened next would haunt the Henderson family for the rest of their lives. As Marcus approached the lights, they suddenly converged on his position. The three separate glows merged into one brilliant radiance that enveloped him completely. From the house, Sarah and Jake could see nothing but an intense white light where Marcus had been standing. The light pulsed 3 times, each pulse growing brighter and more intense. On the 3rd pulse, it shot straight up into the sky, disappearing among the stars in less than a second. The orchard was plunged back into darkness, and Marcus was gone. Sarah and Jake ran outside, calling Marcus's name as they searched frantically through the trees. They found his flashlight lying on the ground, still switched on, but pointing uselessly at empty air. His footprints in the soft earth ended abruptly at the spot where the light had been. There were no signs of struggle, no indication of where he might have gone. They called the sheriff's department. But how do you explain that your husband and father was taken by mysterious lights? The official search lasted 3 days, with volunteers combing every inch of the orchard and surrounding areas. Search dogs found no scent trail beyond the point where Marcus's footprints ended. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. Sarah was beside herself with grief and confusion. The rational part of her mind insisted there had to be a logical explanation, but she had seen the impossible with her own eyes. Jake, traumatized by witnessing his father's disappearance, began having nightmares about lights in the sky and voices calling his name from the darkness between the trees. 5 days after Marcus vanished, Sarah was awakened by a soft tapping at her bedroom window. She looked outside and saw him standing in the orchard, exactly where he had disappeared. He was wearing the same clothes, appeared completely unharmed, and was gesturing for her to come outside. Relief flooded through her as she rushed downstairs and out into the night. But as Sarah approached her husband, she realized something was terribly wrong. Marcus stood perfectly still, unnaturally motionless, like a statue carved from flesh and bone. His eyes were open, but seemed to be looking at something far beyond the physical world. When she spoke his name, he didn't respond or even acknowledge her presence. Then Marcus began to speak, but the words weren't his own. His voice was flat and emotionless as he described things that no human should know. He spoke of vast distances between stars, of worlds where different forms of consciousness evolved under alien suns. He described Earth as seen from impossible heights, a small blue sphere harboring primitive life forms that were only just beginning to understand their place in the cosmic order. Sarah listened in horror as her husband's voice continued the otherworldly monologue. He spoke of observation and study, of specimens collected for analysis and understanding. He described the orchard as a convenient location, isolated enough for their work to proceed without interference from the larger human population. When the strange recitation finally ended, Marcus collapsed to the ground. Sarah helped him back to the house, where he seemed to return to normal consciousness. But he remembered nothing of the past 5 days, nothing of the lights or his disappearance. As far as Marcus knew, he had simply been doing his evening walk through the orchard and had somehow lost track of time. The Henderson family never spoke publicly about what happened in their orchard that October. They continued farming for 2 more years, but the joy had gone out of their work. Marcus suffered from unexplained health problems and strange dreams he couldn't quite remember upon waking. Jake struggled in school and eventually moved away as soon as he graduated. In 1989, the Hendersons sold their farm to a large agricultural corporation and moved to the city. The new owners reported no unusual phenomena, but then again, they used mechanical harvesters and rarely spent time alone among the trees after dark. The orchard still produces apples each autumn, but locals say the fruit tastes different now, somehow less substantial, as if something essential had been taken from the very soil itself. Some say the lights still appear on moonless nights, continuing their mysterious harvest among the apple trees. Others claim the entire incident was mass hysteria, a family's desperate attempt to explain a tragedy that had a perfectly mundane cause. But those who knew the Hendersons personally remember them as practical, honest people who had no reason to fabricate such an elaborate story. The truth remains hidden somewhere between the ordered rows of apple trees, where starlight filters through leaves that have witnessed things beyond human understanding. Our 20th terrifying tale takes us to the windswept plains of Kansas, where ancient windmills dot the landscape like skeletal sentinels. Rebecca Martinez worked as a wind farm technician, maintaining the massive turbines that generated clean energy for thousands of homes. She loved the solitude of her job, the way the endless prairie stretched toward the horizon, broken only by the rhythmic whoosh of spinning blades. But on a foggy October morning, Rebecca would discover that some signals aren't meant for human ears. Rebecca had been working the night shift, performing routine maintenance on Turbine 17, one of the older models that required more frequent attention. The fog had rolled in around midnight, thick and impenetrable, reducing visibility to mere feet. She worked by the light of her headlamp, checking oil levels and inspecting the gearbox for wear. The familiar sounds of the wind farm surrounded her. The whoosh of blades cutting through air, the low hum of generators, the occasional creak of metal adjusting to wind pressure. Around 3 in the morning, Rebecca noticed something odd. The turbines began spinning in perfect synchronization, their blades moving in identical arcs, despite varying wind conditions. In her 5 years working wind farms, she'd never seen anything like it. Each turbine should respond independently to local wind patterns, but now they moved as one massive machine, their rhythm hypnotic and unnatural. She climbed down from turbine 17 and walked toward the control station, her boots crunching on frost-covered grass. The fog seemed to pulse around her, growing thicker and thinner in waves that matched the turbine rhythm. Rebecca pulled out her radio to contact the main office, but static filled the airwaves. She tried her cell phone, but the screen showed no signal, which was impossible since the wind farm had its own cellular tower. As Rebecca approached the control station, she noticed lights moving through the fog above the turbines. At first, she thought they might be aircraft navigation lights, but they moved too smoothly, too deliberately. The lights formed geometric patterns, triangles and hexagons that shifted and rotated in the air. They pulsed in rhythm with the synchronized turbines, creating a light show that seemed both beautiful and deeply wrong. Inside the control station, Rebecca's confusion turned to alarm. The computer monitors showed impossible readings. Power output from all turbines had increased by 300%, far beyond their design capacity. Wind speed readings fluctuated wildly, showing calm conditions one moment and hurricane force winds the next. Temperature sensors registered readings that made no sense, some showing Arctic cold, while others indicated desert heat. Rebecca tried to shut down the turbines remotely, but the system wouldn't respond to her commands. The emergency stop protocols failed to engage. She watched helplessly as the massive blades spun faster and faster, their tips beginning to glow with an eerie blue light. The sound changed too, from the familiar whoosh to a high-pitched whine that seemed to vibrate in her bones. Then she heard the voices. They came through the turbine noise, speaking in a language she didn't recognize. But somehow Rebecca realized with growing horror that the wind farm wasn't generating electricity for the power grid. It was broadcasting something else entirely, sending a signal into space. She ran outside, desperate to escape the control station and its impossible readings. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the full scope of what was happening. Every turbine in the wind farm glowed with that same blue light, their synchronized rotation creating a massive pattern visible from above. The lights in the sky had multiplied, forming a complex grid that stretched beyond the horizon. Rebecca's truck sat in the parking area, but when she tried to start it, the engine wouldn't turn over. The radio crackled with the same voices she'd heard inside, speaking their incomprehensible yet understood words. She abandoned the truck and began walking toward the access road, but the fog seemed to follow her, maintaining the same distance no matter how fast she moved. As she walked, Rebecca became aware of movement in the fog around her. Shapes moved just beyond her vision, tall and angular, keeping pace with her retreat. She could hear their footsteps, or what sounded like footsteps, though the rhythm was wrong, too many beats per stride. When she stopped, they stopped. When she ran, they matched her speed effortlessly. The access road seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of her. Rebecca had walked this same path hundreds of times, knew it should take only 20 minutes to reach the main highway. But she'd been walking for over an hour, and the road showed no signs of ending. The turbines remained visible behind her, their blue glow penetrating the fog like lighthouse beams. Exhaustion finally forced Rebecca to stop. She sat on a guardrail post, trying to catch her breath and make sense of what was happening. The voices from the turbines had grown louder, more insistent. She began to understand more of their meaning. They spoke of Rebecca herself, of her knowledge of the wind farm systems, of her usefulness to their project. The shapes in the fog began to solidify, revealing themselves as tall, impossibly thin figures with elongated limbs and smooth, featureless faces. They moved with fluid grace, approaching Rebecca from all directions. She tried to run again, but her legs felt heavy, unresponsive. The air itself seemed to thicken around her, making each breath a struggle. Rebecca found herself back at the control station, though she had no memory of returning. The thin figures surrounded her, their presence both terrifying and strangely calming. Through some form of telepathic communication, they explained their purpose. The wind farm had been chosen as a transmission point, its turbines modified to broadcast signals to their distant home world. They needed someone with technical knowledge to maintain the equipment, to ensure the signal remained strong. They showed her visions of their world, a dying planet where massive storms raged endlessly. The energy signals from Earth's wind farms provided them with data about atmospheric manipulation, helping them develop technology to save their civilization. Rebecca would be their liaison, their human interface with the complex systems they had modified. Rebecca tried to resist, but the thin figure's influence was overwhelming. They didn't force her compliance through violence or threats. Instead, they filled her mind with understanding, showing her the beauty of their cause, the nobility of helping a dying race survive. Her resistance crumbled as she began to see their perspective, to feel their desperation and hope. When dawn broke, the fog finally lifted. Rebecca stood alone in the wind farm, the turbines spinning normally once again. Her radio worked, her truck started, and the computer systems showed standard readings. But she retained the knowledge the thin figures had given her, understanding modifications to the turbines that were invisible to normal inspection, but crucial to their signal transmission. Rebecca returned to her normal work routine, but everything had changed she found herself making subtle adjustments to the turbines during maintenance, following instructions that came to her in dreams. The wind farm's efficiency improved dramatically, earning praise from her supervisors, who attributed the gains to her exceptional skill. On foggy nights, Rebecca would see the lights return, the synchronized spinning resume. She would stand in the control station, monitoring readings that showed impossible values, listening to voices that spoke of distant worlds and desperate hopes. She had become part of their network, a willing participant in their cosmic communication system. The other technicians began to notice changes in Rebecca. She seemed distant, distracted, often staring at the turbines with an expression of deep concentration. When they asked about her behavior, she would smile and mention how beautiful the wind farm looked at night, how the turbines seemed to dance in perfect harmony. Rebecca never spoke of her encounter with the thin figures, never revealed the true purpose of the modifications she made. She continued her work with dedication, knowing that each adjustment brought their signal closer to its destination, helped a dying civilization in its struggle for survival. She had found her true calling among the spinning blades and endless prairie winds. And on quiet nights, when the wind carries whispers across the plains, some say you can still hear the turbines singing their alien song, broadcasting hope across the vast darkness of space, tended by a human guardian who chose to bridge two worlds. Story 21 takes us to the agricultural heartland of Nebraska, where endless cornfields stretch toward distant horizons and irrigation ditches carve geometric patterns across the landscape. It was here, in the summer of 1987, that farm worker Miguel Santos encountered something that would forever change his understanding of what lurks in the darkness between the rows of corn. Miguel had been working the Hendricks farm for 3 seasons, arriving each May when the corn was knee-high, and staying through harvest. He was known for his reliability, his strong work ethic, and his willingness to take the night shifts that other workers avoided. The irrigation system required constant monitoring during the growing season, and someone needed to walk the ditches after dark, checking water levels and clearing debris that could disrupt the flow. The night of July 15th started like any other. Miguel had finished his dinner in the small trailer he shared with 2 other seasonal workers, grabbed his flashlight and clipboard, and set out into the warm Nebraska evening. The corn was shoulder-high now, creating walls of green that rustled softly in the humid breeze. The irrigation ditches ran in straight lines between the fields, filled with dark water that reflected the stars above. Miguel's route took him along the main irrigation channel, a concrete-lined ditch that carried water from the distant river to the network of smaller channels that fed the crops. He had walked this path hundreds of times, knew every bend and junction, every gate valve and measurement station. The work was routine, almost meditative in its predictability. but tonight felt different. The air seemed thicker somehow, charged with an energy that made the hair on his arms stand up. The usual night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant lowing of cattle, the whisper of wind through corn leaves, seemed muted, as if the world was holding its breath. Miguel tried to shake off the feeling, focusing on his checklist and the beam of his flashlight dancing across the dark water. He was about a mile from the farmhouse when he first noticed the light. It appeared suddenly above the cornfield to his left, a pale blue glow that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. Miguel stopped walking and stared, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It wasn't the moon, that was behind him, casting his shadow long across the irrigation ditch. It wasn't airplane lights either. The glow was too steady, too uniform. As he watched, the light began to move, drifting slowly along the edge of the cornfield like a massive firefly. It cast no beam, created no shadows, but somehow illuminated the tops of the corn plants with an eerie phosphorescence. Miguel felt his heart rate quicken. He had heard stories from other farm workers about strange lights in the fields, but he had always dismissed them as imagination or too much beer after a long day's work. The light suddenly stopped directly across from where Miguel stood. For a moment, everything was perfectly still. Then, without warning, the light began to descend, sinking below the level of the corn, until only a faint glow remained visible through the dense stalks. Miguel gripped his flashlight tighter, his mouth suddenly dry. Every instinct told him to run, to get back to the trailer, and pretend he had never seen anything unusual. But curiosity and a stubborn sense of duty kept him rooted in place. The Hendricks family had been good to him, treating him with respect and paying fair wages. If something was threatening their crops, he needed to investigate. Miguel climbed down into the irrigation ditch, the cool water soaking through his boots, and began wading toward the opposite bank, where a gap in the corn provided access to the field. The water was deeper than usual, reaching almost to his knees, and the current seemed stronger. Strange, he thought, the irrigation schedule hadn't called for increased flow tonight. As he struggled through the water, Miguel noticed something else odd. The usual debris that collected in the ditches, leaves, small branches, bits of trash, was absent. The water was unnaturally clear, almost crystalline in the beam of his flashlight. When Miguel reached the cornfield, he pushed through the first few rows of stalks, following the faint glow that still emanated from somewhere deeper in the crop. The corn seemed different too. The leaves felt waxy under his fingers, and they rustled with a sound like whispered conversations. The air grew colder as he moved deeper into the field, and his breath began to mist despite the warm night. After what felt like an eternity of pushing through the corn, Miguel emerged into a circular clearing that definitely hadn't been there during his daytime inspections. The corn stalks around the perimeter were bent outward, as if something large had pressed down from above. In the center of the clearing sat an object that made Miguel's mind struggle to process what he was seeing. It was roughly egg-shaped, about the size of a small car, and seemed to be made of a material that shifted between metallic and translucent. The surface rippled like liquid mercury, but maintained its solid form. The pale blue light emanated from within, pulsing in a rhythm that reminded Miguel uncomfortably of a heartbeat. Strange symbols or patterns moved across the surface like living tattoos, appearing and disappearing in configurations that hurt to look at directly. As Miguel stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, a section of the object's surface began to iris open like an eye. The blue light intensified, and he could see movement within shadows that suggested forms too alien to comprehend. A sound emerged from the opening, not quite mechanical, not quite organic, like the humming of insects mixed with the whisper of wind through metal. 3 figures emerged from the craft, and Miguel's sanity recoiled from what he witnessed. They were tall and impossibly thin, their limbs too long for their bodies, moving with a fluid grace that defied human anatomy. Their skin, if it could be called skin, was the color of old bone, and seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Where faces should have been, Miguel saw only smooth surfaces broken by dark pits that might have been eyes. The beings moved toward him with deliberate purpose, and Miguel found himself unable to run, unable even to turn away. His muscles had turned to water, his will subsumed by a force that pressed against his mind like cold fingers. One of the creatures extended what might have been an arm, and Miguel felt a sensation like ice water flowing through his veins. The next thing Miguel remembered was waking up in the irrigation ditch, face down in the dark water. He gasped and sputtered, pushing himself up onto the concrete bank, his clothes soaked and his body shaking with cold. His flashlight lay beside him, its beam cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. According to his watch, 5 hours had passed, though it felt like only minutes since he had first seen the strange light. Miguel stumbled back toward the farmhouse, his mind reeling with fragmented memories that felt more like dreams than reality. Images flashed through his consciousness, sterile white rooms, instruments that defied description, procedures that his mind refused to fully recall. His body ached in places he couldn't identify, and when he looked at his hands, he found small puncture marks on his palms that he couldn't explain. By the time Miguel reached the trailer, the other workers were already preparing for the morning shift. They took one look at his bedraggled appearance and assumed he had fallen into the irrigation ditch, a common enough occurrence during night checks. Miguel said nothing to correct their assumption. What could he say? That he had encountered beings from another world, that they had taken him aboard their craft and done things to him that he could barely remember. Over the following days, Miguel tried to return to his normal routine, but everything had changed. The cornfield where he had seen the craft showed no signs of the circular clearing. The stalks grew straight and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever happened. But Miguel knew better. He could feel the difference in the air, sense something watching from between the rows of corn. The irrigation water began to taste different too, carrying a metallic flavor that made Miguel's stomach churn. Other workers complained of headaches and strange dreams, though none of them connected these symptoms to anything unusual. Miguel said nothing, but he noticed how the water in the ditches seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight, and how the corn grew faster and taller than it ever had before. Miguel finished out the season, but he never returned to the Hendricks farm. He moved back to his hometown in Texas, found work in construction, and tried to forget what had happened in that Nebraska cornfield. But the memories lingered, surfacing in dreams and quiet moments when his guard was down. And sometimes, when he looked up at the night sky, he could swear he saw that pale blue light moving among the stars, watching, waiting, remembering him as clearly as he remembered it. Marcus Chen had always been a skeptic. As a software engineer working late nights in Silicon Valley, he'd grown accustomed to dismissing the unexplained with logic and reason. That changed forever on a foggy October evening in 2019, when something impossible appeared outside his apartment window. Marcus lived on the 14th floor of a modern high-rise in downtown San Jose. His corner unit offered panoramic views of the city lights, which often helped him unwind after long coding sessions. That particular night, he'd been debugging a particularly stubborn piece of code when movement outside caught his peripheral vision. At first, he thought it was a helicopter. The object hovered silently about 50 feet from his window, roughly at his eye level. But as Marcus looked closer, his rational mind struggled to process what he was seeing. The craft was triangular, about the size of a small airplane, with a smooth, metallic surface that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. 3 bright lights formed perfect points at each corner of the triangle, pulsing in a rhythmic pattern that reminded Marcus of a heartbeat. The fog swirled around the object, but never seemed to obscure it completely, as if the craft existed in its own pocket of clear air. Marcus grabbed his phone to record, but the screen remained black no matter how many times he pressed the camera button. His laptop suddenly shut down, despite being plugged in with a full battery. Even his digital alarm clock had gone dark. The only light in his apartment came from the pulsing craft outside. As he stood frozen at the window, Marcus noticed other details that defied explanation. The craft cast no shadow on the fog below, despite the bright lights emanating from its corners. No sound reached his ears, not even the subtle hum he'd expect from advanced propulsion systems. It simply existed in perfect, impossible silence. The pulsing lights suddenly changed pattern, shifting from the steady heartbeat rhythm to rapid, almost frantic flashing. Marcus felt an odd sensation in his chest, as if his own heartbeat was trying to synchronize with the lights. His breathing became shallow, and a strange tingling sensation spread from his fingertips up his arms. That's when he noticed he wasn't alone in observing the craft. In windows across the street, he could see silhouettes of other people, all standing motionless, all facing the hovering triangle. Some held phones, others had cameras, but Marcus somehow knew their devices weren't working either. They were all witnesses to something that refused to be documented. The craft began to rotate slowly, revealing different angles of its impossible geometry. From certain perspectives, it appeared to be a perfect triangle. From others, it seemed to fold in on itself, creating optical illusions that made Marcus's eyes water. The surface rippled like liquid mercury, yet maintained its solid, metallic appearance. As Marcus watched, mesmerized despite his growing fear, a section of the craft's underside began to glow with warm, amber light. The glow expanded into a perfect circle, and Marcus realized with growing horror that it was looking back at him. Not the craft itself, but something within it, something intelligent and aware. The sensation of being observed was overwhelming. Marcus felt exposed, as if every thought, every memory, every secret he'd ever held was being catalogued and examined. He tried to step back from the window, but his legs wouldn't respond. His body remained frozen in place, held by an invisible force that felt both gentle and absolutely immutable. The amber light pulsed brighter, and Marcus felt his consciousness being pulled forward, toward the window, toward the craft. His reflection in the glass began to fade, as if he was becoming transparent. Panic flooded his mind as he realized he was being drawn into something beyond his understanding or control. In that moment of terror, Marcus managed to break free from whatever held him. He stumbled backward, crashing into his desk chair and sending his coffee mug shattering to the floor. The sound seemed to break the spell that had settled over the entire building. Car alarms began blaring in the street below, and the normal sounds of the city rushed back like a dam bursting. When Marcus looked back at the window, the craft was gone. The fog hung normal and undisturbed, and the city lights twinkled as they always had. His electronics flickered back to life, his laptop chiming as it resumed from sleep mode. Everything appeared completely normal, except for the lingering sensation that he was still being watched. Marcus spent the rest of the night researching similar sightings online, finding dozens of reports from the Bay Area describing identical triangular craft. Most were dismissed as hoaxes or misidentified aircraft, but the details were too consistent, too specific to be coincidental. The silent hovering, the failed electronics, the sense of being observed and catalogued. In the days that followed, Marcus began experiencing strange dreams. Not the chaotic, symbolic dreams he was used to, but crystal clear memories that felt more real than his waking life. In these dreams, he was lying on a smooth, curved surface in a room filled with soft, amber light. Tall, slender figures moved around him, their faces obscured by the brightness, their their movements deliberate and clinical. The figures communicated without speaking, their thoughts flowing directly into Marcus's mind. They showed him images of Earth from space, of cities rising and falling, of technologies beyond human comprehension. They spoke of observation, of study, of preparation for something they called the convergence. Marcus woke from these dreams with detailed knowledge of concepts. He'd never studied mathematical formulas that solved problems he'd been working on for months. 3 weeks after the sighting, Marcus discovered a small, perfectly circular mark on his left shoulder blade. The mark was barely visible, like a faint birthmark, but it hadn't been there before. When he touched it, he felt a slight tingling sensation, and for just a moment, he could sense something vast and intelligent reaching across impossible distances to acknowledge his presence. Marcus never saw the triangular craft again, but he knew it was still out there, still watching, still cataloging. He'd become part of something larger than himself, marked and remembered by intelligences that operated beyond human understanding. The rational part of his mind tried to dismiss the experience as stress-induced hallucination, but the mark on his shoulder and the impossible knowledge in his dreams suggested otherwise. Late at night, when the city grew quiet and the fog rolled in from the bay, Marcus would stand at his window and search the sky. He never saw the craft again, but sometimes, in the corner of his vision, he caught glimpses of movement that defied explanation. And in those moments, he felt the familiar sensation of being observed, catalogued, and quietly prepared for whatever convergence awaited humanity in the darkness between the stars. The hovering object had changed Marcus forever, transforming him from skeptic to reluctant believer. He carried the weight of impossible knowledge and the certainty that Earth was not alone in the universe. Some encounters leave physical scars, but Marcus's encounter left something far more profound. The absolute knowledge that humanity was being watched, studied, and slowly prepared for a future beyond our current understanding. The autumn harvest of 1987 brought more than wheat to the Morrison family farm in Nebraska. What emerged from those golden fields would forever change everything Tom Morrison thought he knew about the world above the endless prairie sky. Tom had worked the Morrison grain elevator for 37 years, following in his father's footsteps and his grandfather's before that. The towering concrete structure dominated the landscape for miles around, a monument to 3 generations of hard work and dedication to the land. At 62, Tom knew every bolt, every conveyor belt, every storage bin in that elevator like he knew the lines on his weathered hands. October 15th started like any other harvest day. The morning air carried the sweet scent of dried corn and the distant rumble of combine harvesters working the fields. Tom arrived at the elevator before dawn, as was his custom, checking moisture levels and preparing the machinery for another busy day of grain storage. The first sign something was wrong came around 10 in the morning. automated systems that controlled grain flow began malfunctioning, displaying error codes Tom had never seen in nearly 4 decades of operation. Temperature readings spiked randomly, then dropped to impossible lows. The conveyor belts stuttered and stopped without explanation. Damn electronics, Tom muttered, climbing the metal stairs to the control room. The elevator stretched 120 feet above the prairie, its observation windows offering a panoramic view of the surrounding farmland. From this height, Tom could see for miles in every direction, watching the harvest crews work their way across the golden fields. But as he reached the control room, Tom noticed something that made his blood run cold. In the distance, perhaps 2 miles out, a massive circular shadow moved across the wheat fields. It wasn't cast by any cloud. The sky was crystal clear, painted brilliant blue from horizon to horizon. The shadow moved with purpose, following the contours of the land with an intelligence that defied natural explanation. As Tom watched through the observation windows, the shadow grew larger, moving steadily toward the grain elevator. The combine harvesters in its path simply stopped, their operators climbing down from their cabs to stare upward at something Tom couldn't yet see. Then the humming started. It began as a low vibration that Tom felt more than heard, resonating through the concrete structure of the elevator. The metal stairs vibrated under his feet. The windows rattled in their frames. Every piece of machinery in the facility began to emit a harmonic frequency that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Tom grabbed his binoculars and focused on the approaching shadow. What he saw through those lenses would haunt him for the rest of his life. The shadow wasn't cast by anything flying above the fields. It was the fields themselves, somehow darkened and twisted into an impossible geometric pattern that hurt his eyes to look at directly. The wheat within the shadow moved against the wind, bending and swaying in patterns that formed complex symbols across acres of farmland. The symbols pulsed with a dark energy that seemed to draw light from the surrounding area, creating the illusion of shadow where there should have been golden grain dancing in the autumn breeze. As the phenomenon drew closer to the elevator, Tom's equipment began to malfunction more severely. Computer screens flickered between normal displays and strange hieroglyphic symbols that seemed to writhe and change when he wasn't looking directly at them. The grain temperature sensors registered readings that violated the laws of physics, negative temperatures that should have been impossible. The humming grew louder, more insistent. Tom felt it in his bones now, a vibration that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat. The sensation was deeply unsettling, as if something was trying to tune his body to match its own alien frequency. His vision began to blur around the edges, and strange geometric patterns danced at the periphery of his sight. Through the observation windows, Tom watched in horror as the shadow pattern in the wheat field creating a massive vortex of darkened grain that centered directly on the elevator. The wheat stalks bent and twisted into impossible angles, forming a three-dimensional mandala that extended deep into the earth and high into the air. The combine harvesters caught within the pattern simply vanished. One moment they were there, tiny specks of red and yellow metal against the golden grain, and the next they were gone, leaving only perfectly circular patches of bare earth where they had been operating. The operators who had climbed down earlier were nowhere to be seen. Tom tried to use the elevator's radio to call for help, but the airwaves were filled with a cacophony of alien sounds, clicking, buzzing, and what sounded like voices speaking in languages that had never been heard on Earth. The sounds seemed to bypass his ears entirely, resonating directly in his skull with an intensity that made his teeth ache. As the spiral pattern completed its formation around the elevator, the building itself began to change. The concrete walls became translucent, revealing a complex network of glowing conduits that had never been part of the original construction. The grain storage bins transformed into crystalline chambers filled with swirling energy that pulsed in rhythm with the alien humming. Tom realized with growing terror that the elevator had always been more than just a grain storage facility. The geometric precision of its construction, the specific placement on the landscape, the way it dominated the surrounding farmland. It had been built as a beacon,